I'm Jose Gardea, the local candidate for City Council in District 1. My entire life has been connected to the neighborhoods of this district. I was born in MacArthur Park and raised in Echo Park. My parents came from Chihuahua, Mexico to Los Angeles and worked hard to provide for my family. I remember playing as a child in MacArthur Park, taking Sunday school courses in Chinatown, spending weekends visiting family and friends in Lincoln Heights and Highland Park, and after graduating from UCLA, marrying my incredible wife, Susana, who was raised in Pico Union. Now we're raising our two sons, Zacarias and Sebastian, in Northeast LA. I'm running for City Council because these neighborhoods are my home. They have defined me and my values and are the reason I'm running. I'm proud of my 20-year record of getting results for our neighborhoods as a community organizer and as a chief deputy to our current councilman, Ed Reyes. I helped create the city's first local gang injunction to stop the violence. I brought new police and fire stations to our community, as well as new parks, schools, and libraries. I helped start successful after-school programs to keep kids safe and protect our families. But our work is not done. You can count on me to continue to fight for parks and open space, affordable housing, sustainable transportation, and better critical services from city government. I'll put local job creation and small businesses ahead of giving away special privileges to out-of-town corporations. I have a proven record of standing up to the powerful downtown interest to bring millions of dollars and resources to our community. That's why I'm the only candidate supported by local council members Ed Reyes, Eric Garcetti, and Jose Huizar, Assemblymember Jimmy Gomez, Dolores Huerta, co-founder of the United Farm Workers, the LA League of Conservation Voters, the Northeast Democratic Club, the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, local businesses, and hundreds of local neighborhood leaders. Please join my grassroots campaign and help me send a message to the corporations funding the campaign against me, including Chevron and Walmart, that our council district cannot be bought. I'm the candidate working side by side with local workers and small business people, fighting for local jobs and better services. I'm not the candidate being sent around the world, doing favors for the special interest, and failing to do his job. You can count on me to continue to stand on the side of the people of the 1st Council District, and I will not be intimidated by the big polluters and corporations who care a lot more about their financial statements than the people of our community. My grassroots campaign shocked the powers at City Hall by winning so many votes in March. Now that the May 21st runoff election is approaching, I would be honored to earn your vote too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gil Cedillo, and I'm running for Los Angeles City Council District 1 because we need new, bold, and experienced leadership to strengthen and protect the Los Angeles dream. I came in first place in the primary with 49.4% of the vote, and I won 41 of 56 precincts. This was a clear call for change, a loud indication this district needs new leadership. Council District 1 has been left behind for too long, and it is time for the residents of this community to claim their fair share. This community deserves to have their streets clean, trees trimmed, and their streets paved. I want to make Los Angeles the beacon of hope it once was, filled with good-paying jobs, safe neighborhoods, good schools, a clean environment, and a city government that works. I am proud of my record as one of California's most effective lawmakers. I have authored nearly 100 bills that were signed into California law by 4 different governors. I have a record of creating jobs, expanding access to health care, defending the right to organize in the workplace, protecting the rights of immigrants, and helping small business grow while rebuilding our local economy. Most notably, I authored the groundbreaking California DREAM Act, which is paving the way for larger immigration reform at the federal level. I have the experience to lead this community forward, the passion to get things done, and the tenacity to make this district #1. I've built a broad coalition of support, ranging from working people to the business community. I have been endorsed by the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, as well as police and firefighters, environmentalists, Senator Fran Pavley and Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, Supervisor Gloria Molina, City Council President Herb Wesson, along with countless community residents, neighborhood leaders, and many others. As a member of the Los Angeles City Council, I will continue to fight for safer neighborhoods, stronger schools, and more community involvement in the decision-making process at City Hall. I will work tirelessly for the interests of those in our community that don't traditionally have a voice. I will continue to fight to make LA great and ensure we all have an opportunity to achieve the American dream. The fact is that together we have changed California, but there is still much work to do. And together we will change Los Angeles and preserve the dream we all have for our families and our future. With 49.4% of the vote in the primary, I know we are close to victory. Let's get to the finish line together, and together we will transform District 1 for the better. I hope I can count on your vote, and I thank you.
Hello, my name is Curran Price. I was born and raised in Southeast Los Angeles. I'm a lifelong Democrat and have served our community for over 3 decades as an educator, small business owner, community leader, and state legislator. Now I'm running for City Council to bring a new level of collaboration and renewed focus on investing in our community. Right now, the neighborhoods and families of the 9th District face many challenges and obstacles, but there are also many opportunities. New developments at LA Live, Farmers Field, and USC bring the exciting prospect of new jobs and economic growth. While these projects have great promise, we must not lose sight of the need to find meaningful solutions to the issues of crime, high unemployment, struggling schools, and the lack of decent, safe, and affordable housing that local families struggle with every day. These challenges are great, but by rolling up our sleeves, working together, and creating solutions that empower local residents, families, and small businesses, I know that we can build our community back up. As a state legislator and community leader, I've seen firsthand the positive solutions we can create by building common ground and delivering results that make real improvements in people's lives. With this community support, I have spearheaded successful efforts to expand health care, job training opportunities, and bring new economic investment to South Los Angeles. With your support, we will expand positive change to all communities. I'm proud to have endorsements of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles, the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and a broad coalition of grassroots, religious, and business leaders, including Congresswoman Diane Watson, Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, Civil Rights Leader Dolores Huerta, Irvin Magic Johnson, Reverend J. Benjamin Hardwick, and the 9th District Councilwoman Jan Perry. I would also be honored to have your support and confidence. Remember that Tuesday, May 21st, is Election Day. For more information, please visit our virtual office at CurranPriceJr.com or our campaign office at Broadway and 47th Street. I'd love to hear from you.
Hello, I'm Ana Cubas, and I'm your candidate for Los Angeles City Council District 9. My family has lived in District 9 for over 2 decades. Los Angeles is my home. My parents worked hard to provide for our family. My father started as a day laborer. He taught himself to become a very good house painter and eventually started a painting contracting business. My mother was a domestic worker, which is what she still does to this day. Because my mother could couldn't really afford quality daycare for us, she would make my sister and I wait for her at the local library until she could pick us up. The library was a safe place, and my mom knew that spending time reading would help us become better students. My parents' hard work and their commitment to education for their children paid off. After high school, I was accepted into UC Berkeley, and I graduated with a bachelor's degree. Then I attended Princeton University, where I received a master's degree in public policy. I have been a public servant all of my life. Through my work in Washington, D.C., in Sacramento, and over 14 years in City Hall and at LAUSD, I have worked to build new schools, create after-school programs, and build more green space in the 9th Council District. I am running to be your next City Council member because I have a bold vision for Council District 9. I believe that under my leadership and with your help, Council District 9 will be #1 in jobs, #1 in economic development, #1 in green space, #1 in educational achievement, and #1 in the quality of city services. I believe that our elected officials should be public servants and not politicians. And my only special interest in City Hall will be you and your families. I will hold city bureaucrats accountable and insist we have access to the city services that we deserve. As your councilwoman, I will work to ensure that the American dream is available to all of our families, regardless of race, religion, background, economic, or citizenship status. My campaign is one of unity, vision, and integrity. I would be honored to have your vote on May 21st.
I'm Mitch O'Farrell, and I want to be your council member for the 13th District. I am the candidate with the most experience, the best ideas, and the proven ability to move this district forward and lead our city out of the worst financial crises since the Great Depression. I have been rooted in the 13th District for 31 years, much of that time volunteering to improve my community of Glassell Park. That led to a career in public service, working on the staff of Eric Garcetti for 10 years. Last serving as a senior advisor. My projects include the restoration of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, new bike lanes, parks at the Los Angeles River in Elysian Valley, a community center in Glassell Park, and the Echo Park Lake restoration and boathouse renovation, opening in May, under budget and on time. I worked closely with all of our communities, including Silver Lake, where we vacated a portion of a city street and created a new plaza, the first of its kind in the city. I have always made sure residents have a front seat at the table in negotiations with developers and city officials, and I have dealt effectively with chronic, long-term issues such as gangs, graffiti, homelessness, and blight. In 2006, I stopped the city of Glendale from closing off a railroad crossing at a major transit corridor in North Atwater Village. That plan was costly, unfair, and unnecessary. For over a decade, I have worked closely with the LAPD and gang intervention specialists on public safety initiatives, reducing crime to an all-time low. We condemned, then knocked down a former gang headquarters in Glassell Park. I then got the land donated to the city, and we turned it into a community garden. Families are now harvesting vegetables instead of dodging bullets. I've worked closely with animal welfare leaders on pet adoptions, abuse prevention, and spay-neuter programs. I have also worked on school safety, anti-bullying efforts, and after-school programs across the 13th District. Political cronyism and special interests should not dominate decision-making at City Hall. It is this mindset that has led to our chronic budget deficit crises, neglect of our small business community, a loss of affordable housing, lack of focus on public transportation, and reduced city services. I will make small business reform, jobs, and economic development a hallmark of my time in office, focusing attention in our underserved, underemployed neighborhoods. I will provide the independent, strong leadership needed to tackle our biggest challenges and to help put Los Angeles on track to reach our full potential as a world-class city. Working together, we can make great things happen. I'm Mitch O'Farrell, and I hope to earn your vote on May 21st. For additional information about my campaign, please go to mitchforcitycouncil.org. Thank you.
My name is John Choi, and I'm running for the 13th Council District. I'm running for City Council because I have a passion for public service, and I believe I can help the residents of Los Angeles make our city a better place. My parents brought me and my brother and sister to Los Angeles when I was just 10 months old. We lived in Highland Park while my folks scratched out a living and tried to make our place in the United States. They were an inspiration to me, and their struggles and successes are the reason I entered public service. Over the last 15 years, I fought to make sure that all residents in Los Angeles have a voice. From organizing parents and students in South Los Angeles, to fighting to require corporations working in our city to provide good jobs with benefits, to banning plastic bags and fighting pollution in the LA River. I haven't forgotten the challenges my family faced or the help that made their success in our community possible. That's why I fought so hard to make sure everyone has the opportunity to succeed on a level playing field. I'll make fighting for all residents, regardless of income, race, or neighborhood, my mission on the City Council. If we hope to solve the big challenges facing our city and our neighborhoods, we need to pull together and make sure everyone benefits, not just the select few insiders who dominate City Hall. That's why I'll put my experience to use, making our district more livable, government more transparent, and our City Council office more responsive. I've worked throughout the district and the city to create jobs as the Economic Development Director of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and while I served on the LA Workforce Investment Board. I've been on the front lines of transportation policy as a board member for Move LA, a nonprofit dedicated to building comprehensive public transit in Los Angeles. As a Public Works Commissioner, I helped streamline city services to eliminate waste and led the effort to revamp our trash collection system to save money, reduce pollution, and increase recycling. I also spearheaded efforts to ban harmful plastic bags. On the City Council, I will immediately begin to work to extend more public transit in the district, beginning with the DASH system running through Echo Park, Silver Lake, Elysian Valley, and Atwater Village. I'll tackle our city's budget deficit by improving collections, eliminating waste and inefficiency, and getting pension and healthcare costs under control. I appreciate this opportunity to share my views with you, and I ask you for your vote. If you have any more questions, please visit my website at johnchoi2013.com or call me at 323-467-2464. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Garcetti, and I'm running for mayor to grow LA's economy, to create jobs, and to revitalize our neighborhoods. That's what I have done in Silver Lake, Hollywood, Echo Park, and Atwater Village throughout my district. The results? We are #1 in job growth, and crime is down. I want to do the same across this great city of ours. I will be a back-to-basics mayor, making sure LA taxpayers get their money's worth and the services they deserve. A government focused on fixing the streets, cleaning the streets, and keeping the streets safe. I will focus on job training that prepares our young people and adults for good, well-paying jobs, like I have already at Los Angeles City College and the Van Nuys Aviation Mechanics School. I will also be an independent mayor who will make tough decisions we need to balance the budget. As council president, I pushed through budget cuts and pension reforms to save hundreds of millions of dollars. I paid a political price for those decisions, but I know it was the right thing to do. I will always be a mayor committed to your best interests, not the special interests. That's the clear difference in this race, and that's why the DWP Union and the downtown power brokers are spending millions of dollars against me. It's not enough to identify problems. I solve them, and I have a proven record of results to back me up. So on May 21st, or earlier if you vote by mail, I am asking you for your vote. Working with Angelenos like you, we've made tremendous strides in the neighborhoods I represent, tripling the number of parks, filling empty storefronts, and creating jobs. You can see the difference for yourself. Now it's time to refocus City Hall on fixing problems and creating jobs in every LA neighborhood. I would be honored to have your support. Thank you.
My name is Wendy Grohl, and I'm running for mayor of Los Angeles. Our city faces a crucial choice on May 21st. I believe government in Los Angeles is broken. Optimism has faded, while mediocrity has become the order of the day. Are you satisfied watching businesses leave our city one after another? Are you satisfied with schools that fail our kids, streets that are choked with traffic, and a quality of life that diminishes day by day? I'm not satisfied, and that's why I'm running for mayor, to fix our broken city government, to lead Los Angeles forward with the best ideas, the right priorities for our families, and the strong, proven leadership we need for a change. I'll focus on making LA more business-friendly so we can create jobs and end that cycle of fiscal crisis, layoffs, and cuts by implementing budget savings that will close our deficit. I'll work to reform our schools by holding teachers and principals accountable and giving parents more choices. Right now, 1 in 3 students at LAUSD schools don't graduate. We can do better. And I'll invest in the seamless transportation network that Los Angeles deserves. Listen, I had a life before I ran for public office. I learned the value of hard work and entrepreneurship at my family's small business that my grandfather started in the Valley 66 years ago. I learned what real leadership means working under my mentor, Mayor Tom Bradley. Together, we helped start LA's Best, a nationally recognized after-school program in schools across LA. I learned how to lead in a crisis working for President Bill Clinton. In his administration, I helped lead the Department of Housing and Urban Development's response to the Northridge earthquake and helped fast-track $1 billion in aid to LA communities. And I gained crucial private sector experience working as an executive at DreamWorks Studios with my bosses Spielberg, Katzenberg, and Geffen. When I finally ran for public office at the age of 40, I distinguished myself as a city council member who focused on the basic quality of life issues that matter to our neighborhoods. Trimming trees, filling potholes, keeping our libraries open, and expanding after-school programs to keep our kids safe. And I was the architect of historic business tax reform that returned $100 million to LA businesses and helped us grow our economy. As city controller, I've been a tough fiscal watchdog, identifying over $160 million in waste, fraud, and abuse. Everything about my training has prepared me for this moment, to be here and to ask for your vote, to lead Los Angeles forward, boldly and independently. I'm proud to have diverse support from Bill Clinton, Richard Riordan, Magic Johnson, to Gloria Molina, from police officers to firefighters to business and labor. They want a leader in City Hall who will bring people together to solve our problems. I would be honored to earn your vote. I will not let you down. Thank you.
I'm Carmen Nuch-Trutanich. For the past 4 years, as your elected city attorney, my office has been on a successful role in protecting the public and taxpayers from crime and lawsuits. If the city attorney's office were a Major League Baseball team, we'd be batting .750. But first, something about me. I grew up in a working-class neighborhood in San Pedro. My wife of 35 years and I have 4 adult kids. 2 are teachers and 2 are public prosecutors. Public service is in my family's DNA. As a young attorney, I worked in the DA's office, prosecuting gang members and environmental polluters. Later, I entered private practice, where I litigated hundreds of cases, many of them jury trials. In 2008, a group of civic leaders asked me to run for city attorney because they believed I would be an independent-minded one. In 2009, the Los Angeles Times endorsed me, saying it believed I would be tough in defending the city against frivolous lawsuits. And that's exactly what I've done. In fact, my office has protected taxpayers from $300 million in potential civil damage claims. On my watch, the city has won favorable verdicts in 150 major lawsuits filed against the taxpayers. My office has sharply reduced the practice of using expensive outside attorneys to handle a big share of the city's legal work. As a result, we have saved the taxpayers millions of dollars. My office handles 3 out of every 4 LAPD cases. Because our partnership with LAPD, crime is down 23%, gun violence is down 13%, and that's a huge accomplishment. We have sued 2 of the nation's largest banks who hurt our neighborhoods by letting the properties they had foreclosed on become eyesores, health hazards, hangouts for gangs and drug dealers. We told the banks, clean up your properties or else. Under my watch, we have improved a program started by my predecessor that assigns neighborhood prosecutors to work closely with our local communities. My office wrote the compromise plan, now on the ballot as Measure D, to regulate medical marijuana dispensaries. And we are enforcing the court order that pulled the plug on more than 100 digital illegal billboards. We wrote the law that eliminated mobile billboards parked on our public streets. My office has protected the city's most vulnerable residents. We have sued insurance companies that yanked their medical coverage from women with breast and ovarian cancer. I put in place a reserve deputy city attorney program where young attorneys volunteer to work full-time in my office for free. Programs like these were cited by the American Association of Prosecutors when that group gave me their Innovation in Justice National Award. Let me finish by saying, over the past 4 years, I have treated your tax dollar like they were my own. Our partnership with LAPD has resulted in historic declines in crime, and I have taken big steps to protect the city's most vulnerable residents. I hope you'll reward that outstanding record on Election Day. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Fewer, and I'm running to be Los Angeles' next city attorney, to fight for LA's neighborhoods and working families, to make our streets and our kids' schools safe from guns and gangs, protect seniors from abuse and scams, and prevent crime by expanding programs for at-risk youth. And I'll strive to be our city's chief problem solver, working with residents and public officials on our most significant citywide priorities, like helping create jobs, make government more efficient, and inspire confidence and trust in our city's leadership. As a lawyer and lawmaker, I've dedicated my career to these causes. For 8 years, I directed one of our nation's leading public interest law firms, Betts Sedek Legal Services, the House of Justice. I led litigation teams and oversaw top-quality legal work for more than 50,000 primarily elderly or disabled clients. These clients confronted the most difficult problems they'd ever faced: nursing home abuse, the loss of their health care, the theft of their homes, but couldn't pay a penny. So we worked for free, getting great results. Then I served on the city council, where I wrote some of the toughest laws to curb gun violence and keep our communities safe. I spearheaded the creation of our 311 system and promoted after-school programs like LA's Best. I just completed service in the California Assembly, where I wrote some of our state's most important public safety, children's health, job creation, consumer protection, and environmental laws. I led efforts to crack down on drunk driving and tackled the foreclosure crisis through new rules to help families stay in their homes. As city attorney, I'll focus on the priorities that matter most to you, like reinvigorating the neighborhood prosecutor program and closely connecting law enforcement with neighborhood, business, and religious leaders to make our streets safer. I'll make combating gun violence a top priority. And I'll work to create safe zones around school sites, devoting special resources and collaborating closely with school officials, parents, and law enforcement to assure our schools and the neighborhoods in which they're located are protected. I hope you'll visit my website to learn more at votemikefeuer.com. On May 21st, please vote for me, Mike Feuer, for City Attorney. Thank you.
My name is Ron Galprin, and I'm running to be your next Los Angeles City Controller. The City Controller's job is to be your watchdog, to make sure our money is being spent wisely, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to conduct audits, and to bring much-needed improvements in the efficiency and services of our city departments. We're told there isn't enough money to fix our streets and our sidewalks, to invest in our communities, our parks and libraries, or to adequately fund public safety. I believe the city does have the money. We just need to use it more wisely. As the first in my family to be born in the United States, I consider myself very fortunate to be living here in LA. My parents came here to realize the American dream, and our city can still be a place where dreams become a reality. We just need to get LA working with competence, accountability, fairness, and sound fiscal management. I want to bring to the job of controller my successful track record in business and law, my community service and neighborhood councils, nonprofits, and as a cantor, and my civic leadership in heading 2 citizens' commissions to reform the city's management and finances, the Commission on Revenue Efficiency and the Quality and Productivity Commission. Through my work on these commissions, I understand the inner workings of our city and what it takes to make our government work better. And I've identified more than $450 million the city can be saving and generating each year. Just a few examples. First, we can use our vast city assets more wisely. For instance, while we have potholes everywhere, the city, that is you and I, actually owns 2 asphalt plants that are underutilized. These can be better used to generate revenues for the city and to fix more of our own broken streets. Next, we can better collect the money we are owed. LA has done a terrible job of collections. We're owed hundreds of millions in back taxes, fees, fines, and more. I'll work to reform how we collect so we never get in this situation again. We can be more strategic in how our city buys large purchases. We buy billions of dollars in goods and services every year. I want to cut out the waste, the overpayments, and buy more locally in order to keep and create jobs right here in LA. I'm very proud to be supported and endorsed by great Angelenos, like former controllers Laura Chick and Rick Tuttle, former Mayor Richard Riordan, Congress members Maxine Waters and Henry Waxman, and many more, including LA's 3 major daily newspapers, the LA Times, Daily News, and La Opinion. I'm grateful to the people of Los Angeles for the faith that so many of you placed in me in March, when I earned the most votes in the primary election. LA needs and deserves a watchdog for accountability, responsiveness, and the bottom line. That's my pledge to you. Please join me in bringing LA the change it needs, and vote Ron Galprin for Los Angeles City Controller on May 21st. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Los Angeles City Councilman Dennis Zine. I have represented the San Fernando Valley for the past 12 years on the council, and I'm currently chairman of the council's Audits and Governmental Efficiency Committee. Before being elected to the council, I was a Los Angeles police officer for 33 years. I am currently seeking election to the job of your Los Angeles City Controller. That office can be and should be at the forefront of making sure our tax dollars are spent wisely and properly. I have a bold agenda for leading the Controller's office. If elected, with your help on May 21st, I will immediately work to implement several top priorities of mine. First, I will beef up the Controller's Fraud and Abuse Unit Surprisingly, that unit, so key to restoring voter confidence that City Hall is using your tax dollars properly, now has only one full-time employee working in it. That will change significantly if I am fortunate enough to be your next city controller. Second, I will point the controller's auditors in the direction of the city's biggest agencies, where the most taxpayers' dollars are at risk. Sometimes it seems the controller's audits have tinkered around the edges of city government. Under my watch, the controller will target the biggest agencies full bore with financial and management audits. The agencies I'm talking about, the police department, the fire department, the proprietary departments, last and not least, the Department of Water and Power. That's where the big money is. That's where the controller's audits can find the biggest savings, enforce best practices in financial management, and save taxpayers the most money. I touched on it briefly before, but I want to repeat it again. The City Controller's Office must be a significant player in assuring the public that its money is being well spent. If the City Controller does his or her job without favoritism, with integrity, and with the taxpayer's best interest in mind, it will help restore the public's faith in city government. Unfortunately, confidence in government has suffered in recent years. That lack of faith has been corrosive. It explains the public's disbelief in even the good things city government does. It makes it difficult for city government to lead when leadership is needed. It hurts city government's ability to innovate and to attract the best minds to public service. If I could use the Controller's Office to bring about a new faith that city government is doing the people's work, that would be legacy enough for me. Let me say this about myself. For 33 years, I was an LAPD officer, protecting your families. For 12 years, I have been a councilman, protecting your neighborhoods. Now, I want to be your controller, protecting your tax dollars. I think it's a perfect fit. I hope you agree. Please vote for me, Dennis Zine, for City Controller on May 21st.
Graffiti removal? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
As car manufacturers introduce a new generation of electric vehicles in the Los Angeles auto market, the LA Department of Water and Power wants our customers to get charged up about driving EVs. So we've introduced the Charge Up LA rebate program to make it more affordable to get your home EV ready.
It's important that Los Angeles lead the way in adopting electric cars because we are the car capital of the world.
Charge Up LA offers a cash rebate of up to $2,000 for out-of-pocket expenses for a new home EV charging station. That's on top of federal and state incentives that are also available. All you have to do to qualify is buy or lease a new electric vehicle and install a new Level 2 240-volt charger at your home or condominium, you'll need to request a separate electric meter or sub-meter from LADWP that tracks only the energy used to charge your EV. When you use the special meter, you will also receive the LADWP's EV charging discount, which takes 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour off your electricity rate when you charge your EV during off-peak hours, at night and on weekends. To make the switch to EVs easy and smooth, the City of LA has fast-tracked the process for obtaining electrical permitting and service for residential EV chargers. Our goal is to complete the process in about a week for most basic installations. With the special meters, LADWP will track EV charging patterns to determine how much power is being used and where. Then we can plan for energy growth and guard against straining the grid. The special meters also enable customers to securely monitor their EV energy usage.
I've been driving electric cars for 20 years. Running them is cleaner than running a gas car, even if you're charging from the grid. Because the United States grid on average is clean, but the California grid is even cleaner. And then you can go one step farther and you can also buy green power from the DWP, and that makes your car even cleaner, or you can put solar panels on your roof. So you have many options to improve the way that your car runs and make you feel good about what you're doing for the environment. One excellent incentive is the LADWP's rebate program, which offers for the installation and the purchase of your charger up to $2,000 if you fill out this form.
In the not-too-distant future, EVs could be as popular in LA as hybrids are today. To support the growth of EVs, LADWP is working with public agencies and private companies to upgrade and expand charging stations throughout the city. Public charging stations have been newly installed or upgraded at popular destinations like LA City Hall, the airport, the convention center, and the California Science Museum and Exposition Park. When you drive an EV and install a home charger, you're helping to protect the environment. EVs clean the air and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You are also putting savings in your pocketbook. The electricity cost for charging an EV is like paying less than $1 per gallon at the pump. So get charged up about electric vehicles now.
Charge up, LA.
For more information or an application, visit us online at www.ladwp.com/EV.
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Trenton Irwin, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, Our City, Our Channel.
Housing department's up today. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to this fourth day of hearings now of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. Today is May 3rd, 2013. It's a little bit after 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm joined by Council members Bill Rosendahl and Mitchell Englander, and I expect our other members will be joining us shortly. We're ready to resume our discussions about the departmental budgets contained within the Mayor's budget. And I think, members, we will await the arrival of our colleagues before we proceed to vote on the committee questions. So we'll hold those on the desk for the moment, and we'll go right into our discussion with our departments. And the first, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to take my public comment cards first. I have 3 general public comment cards, which we'll hear, and then as soon as those speakers are finished, we'll be hearing from emergency management. If anyone in the audience would like to submit public comment, please fill out one of these cards and bring it forward. Our practice has been it's just a practice to have general public comment at the beginning of each day, and then we'll also take brief comment specific to each department as we hear those departments. So we'll start our general public comment with Jim McQuiston, followed by Glenn Bailey, and then Doug Fitzsimmons.
Jim McQuiston. I want to speak a little bit about how it was in 1935. We had the PWA and the WPA and a few other programs. The dollar had been devalued so that we could do a lot of overseas trade, and everybody expected us to pull out of the Depression. Then after 1936, the bottom fell out. So we really have to think about what it's like today. The interest rate now is practically 0%. It was much higher then. And we don't want to be too overjoyed at what we see now. We have some dark clouds on the horizon, and we still have to tighten our belts. We have a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Mr. McChristen. Our next speaker is Glenn Bailey, followed by Doug Fitzsimmons. Mr. Bailey, welcome.
Thank you. Long time no see. Glenn Bailey, speaking on general public comment on two items that I didn't have a chance to address this year. One is, I guess it would be ITA. It has to do with last year's decision to close the remote video conferencing capabilities at Van Nuys City Hall, which serves 40% of the population of this city, and 5+ council districts and 34 neighborhood councils. So it's $10,000. The officers have to be there anyway. So I'm hoping that this committee, and it was not a recommendation of the mayor's budget last year, it was a recommendation that came from this committee. In my remaining seconds, animal services. You were told about 79,000 dog licenses. That's nothing to be proud of. The department has indicated that there are nearly 300,000 dogs in Los Angeles. That would raise $4 million more if they were all licensed. So I think you need to dig into that a little more detail of $4 million not being collected.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doug Fitzsimmons.
Thank you, council members. My name is Doug Fitzsimmons. I'm president of the South Robertson Neighborhoods Council. I've spoken at many of these meetings, committee hearings at the city. This is the first time it's Budget and Finance Committee. But every time I do so as an elected representative of my community. An elected representative that, is part of a system that is chartered by the voters. That's a system that is not optional, that is not a program, it's not an outreach opportunity, it is part of this government. The NC system is different than the City Council in many ways, but it is a public voice like you for the needs of our community. At times it's unruly, it's very passionate, but it's necessary. It's necessary not only for the political health of the city, but also as we've seen over the past decades, for the existential health of the city. The charter does require that you fund it fully, and so we ask that the city fully restore the funding for the neighborhood council and increase the funding for Dunn. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the final public comment speaker that I have here. Mr. Kretz has joined us. Mr. LaBlanche will be here shortly. But we're ready to proceed with emergency management. So if I could ask, is Mr. Featherstone here? Oh, yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Featherstone. Welcome. The mayor has proposed a modest reduction in emergency management's budget this year, but is it my understanding that you have no requested adjustments?
That's correct, Mr. Krikorian.
Well, feel free to offer whatever introductory comments you'd like to. Anyway.
I just want good afternoon, and thank you for an opportunity to speak. I did want to compliment the CAO and his staff. I feel we have one of the most collaborative and insightful relationships this year since I've been in this position, and I think it's done a lot to make us both much better aware of our roles in this process. So I just want to thank Mr. Santana, and again, I say thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak before this body today.
Thank you. All right, why don't we start with our Chair of Public Safety, Mr. Belanger.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that I do feel that we're one of the best prepared cities in the country, and a lot of it is from your leadership and the department and working with other departments, the cross collaboration with a lot of the nonprofit organizations as well, which is critically important. And so I want to compliment the department as a whole in working as in all the efforts that you do throughout the year in emergency preparedness, as well as the operations and emergency recovery, which is critically important as a key function of the department as well. So applaud that. There is no however or but. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
With that, the only report back that I would ask for is a study back on Council File number 130435 to come back to this committee. I know the motion was scheduled for this committee as well, but we could just go ahead and forward that Council File as an instruction as the budget deliberations for that Council File for the CAO to have a study back.
If I could ask a question, Councilmember, so is that the study back on the consolidation issue?
Yes, but it's not before us now, so
okay.
Since it wasn't agendized as such, there wouldn't be a discussion on that now.
Yes, sir.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I, like my colleagues, want to thank you for your leadership in all kinds of circumstances. You've demonstrated to us your leadership. Tsunamis, potential. We've been wanting a siren out there for a long time so we could notify people. What your department has done has been so great with the brochures, pointing out where the water will go, exit routes of where they can get away. We even had trouble with some of the people when we put up those signs that said you are now in a tsunami zone.
Yes, sir.
Realtors. But the truth is the people need to know these things for their own survival. And I really appreciate that leadership from you on that. Where are we with that siren?
The siren system will require an audible study. I say audible, not that it's the study's not. It studies the effect of sirens, et cetera, because the last time any kind of study was done relative to sirens back in the civil defense era, it's still up in the air whether sirens are actually effective. So we've been pursuing grant funding and actually working with FEMA through their the National Flood Insurance Program to see if we can acquire funds that would actually help us with the study in terms of placement and type of sirens to place in the inundation area. We've done 2 inundation mapping projects in the last probably 6 years.
Yeah.
So we know where the inundation area is. So we'd have to go out and do another scientific study as to the effectiveness and the placement of sirens.
Okay, with that as a backdrop, you've looked at other siren areas. I know that some of our beach communities in Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, they put them in by themselves. I know where Don Knabe took some interest in, Xavier Oslowski did. And my concern, frankly, is right now, today, we've had 3 of these tremors, okay, in the last week. And if I can remember, 2004, was it 1994, 4:31 in the morning, and I was in my bed. And, you know, the lesson I learned out of that was to have slippers by the door, because when in my medicine cabinet opened, the glass busted, I stepped on it, and I had a huge wound on my foot, but yet I went outside in the street, as did all the neighbors. So I have said since that day one, always have slippers by the house. You know, all of these different things we need to do to prepare for it. I'm just curious what your energy suggests to you today, the preparation we right now, at this very moment, have in the city, if in fact, God forbid, we were to get the big one tonight.
The earthquake or tsunami, or both?
Yeah, both, unfortunately.
So, well, since we start with the one that's more substantial right now, which is the tsunami.
Yeah.
The NOAA and the National Weather Service have a whole network of buoys along the western coast of the United States. So we would get unless a tsunami occurred immediately offshore of the city of Los Angeles, which scientifically is not. It's possible, but not probable.
Right.
We would have significant warning on a tsunami. We were warned well before the effects of the Chilean earthquake and more recently the Japanese earthquake through the buoy system. And what we use now, not having a siren system, we would use a lot of the what we consider normal or traditional means of communication now. We use Alert LA County, which is the mass notification that we are a sub-recipient of through the county system, which actually dials all 911 capable devices. And if the citizens opt in and register, do a self-registry, then they also get the robocall to their cell phone, a text message to their cell phone, and an email to their
No, and it works really good. I certainly appreciate that. But my real reality right now is if we were to have the big one tonight, how prepared are we as a city to deal with all of those aspects, to give advice? First of all, I say to everybody out there, make sure you're earthquake prepared. We've been talking about this for years. Greg Smith started that whole strategy historically. I joined it immediately when I came on the council, and we've been talking about it ever since. I mean, I personally have enough food and enough this, that, and everything else, since phones and all that, but people need to get their act together, and any suggestions you have right now will be helpful.
Well, and I appreciate, actually, I appreciate you asking that question, Council Member, because we need the help, certainly of the members of this body to help us to continue along this path, because preparedness is dynamic. So what I would like to answer your question with is saying, we are as ready as any big city in this country. And I will stake my job. Well, my job is staked on that. We are as ready as any big city. What you saw in Boston was a result of over a decade of preparedness over time.
Sure.
So
why don't you just say to the viewers watching this right now on cable, what are like the 5 or 10 most essential items they should have in their home right now?
Well, the items depend on the individual. What I will say is that we ask people to prepare 3 ways. Prepare at home, prepare at work or school, and be prepared in transit. Angelenos spend a lot of time moving about our great city.
Right.
So we ask people, don't forget about that. And also, your home is your kit. We can't expect everyone to go out and buy an expensive preparedness kit, but learn, visit our website, look at the information we have, and learn to use what you have already on hand for your own self-survival.
Okay, tell them what the website is so they can quietly think about it and write it down. Say it again loud, the website.
So ReadyLA.com. ReadyLA.com is the emergency preparedness website, and it will actually link you to numerous state, federal, and also private sector supportive websites.
If you were to assign the city a letter grade so far on its current level of readiness in comparison to other large metropolitan areas, I think you said this. How do we measure up?
We're in the top 5 percentile in terms of readiness for big cities.
Earthquake and national disasters obviously don't stop at a particular municipal border. The coordination of the communication system with the county and with small municipalities, do we have that in place enough that everybody can talk to each other?
We actually have, the county actually uses a different situational awareness software than we use, but we actually reached out, and the vendor the county has we have an agreement with them. They're actually, as we speak, working with the 2 shops to actually link the 2 systems. The system that we use is a system used by approximately 80 of the 88 cities in the county. It's used by Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, San Diego County, and Orange County, and Riverside County. So it's also the system that Cal EMA and FEMA are now using. So we have the ability to speak with each other.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few of my staff are CERT trained, and I feel that the CERT program, along with a pilot program called the Neighborhood Team Program, are absolutely essential in protecting our communities. And I know in my district we have, I think, around a dozen neighborhood teams. And so I applaud your efforts with the new program, Neighborhood Disaster Planning. And I appreciate you hosting some informational sessions in my district. I do have a couple questions, though. How many of our departments are trained for emergencies as disaster service workers at this point?
So over 23,000 at this time. We did an aggressive push to do the DSW education and certification process. And so at this time, we have over 23,000 city employees who are DSW certified.
I wonder if you could remind everyone how city employees can become further involved in disaster preparedness.
One of the things is that through the fire department there's the DAC process, the Disaster Awareness Course, which can go anywhere from 2 hours to 4 hours. That can be delivered and customized to the specific department. Also, the different educational opportunities and training opportunities we offer at the EOC for individuals. So, but in terms of if you deal with groups, every department, I would urge every department to go through the disaster assistance course. Also, the American Red Cross has done a lot. The Department of Rec and Parks has just gone through a huge effort to make a lot of their facility supervisors certified shelter managers. So there are a number of different areas, whether we want people to be personally prepared or organizationally prepared. We have a number of different options for folks.
Very good. And I wonder if you could report back on the work being done due to the Homeland Security grant. I know we have 7 coordinators on the job, and I'm just curious as to the practices to implement their work and if we've looked at best practices of other cities.
I'm not sure I understand, Council Member. The Homeland Security, because we host for well over almost $3 million worth of combined different grants.
Well, my understanding was that there's a specific Homeland Security grant that has 7 staff attached to it.
Yes, sir. I believe 8 of the emergency management coordinators in the emergency management department are grant funded, and we've been looking. Actually, we'll be looking diligently over the next year to see how, when those grants run out in March of 2015, how we will actually continue to support those positions. That's about half of the professional emergency management staff in the city. We knew the grants were going to sunset at some point, and we've been working aggressively to try to find other means to support those positions. So yeah, I certainly report back to you on that.
That would be great. And the other piece of that was whether we've looked at best practices for emergency management in other cities.
Yes, sir. But we actually looked back at when this department was first created. The CAO's report of, I believe, it was 2000, and the report from the Office of the Mayor in 2000. And also recently, LA County engaged a private contractor to do a report on how the county should set up its emergency management component. But we can certainly include all that in a report back, unless you'd like me to speak to it right now.
No, that would be fine in a report back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kress. By the way, my entire staff is taking their oath on Monday. They've completed their training, so it's terrific that we're doing this citywide, and we have so much more surge capacity, I guess, if you will, in responding to an emergency when all of our public employees are getting that training. Yes, Mr. LaBonge.
I just wanted to rise to thank this department and the value of this department. I know there's some discussion. I think it's also good to have someone looking over the shoulder. Day to day, the police and fire department are in certain functions responding to calls every minute. But they're waiting for the big call. Preparedness is so key, and I've talked about in all the departments. You mentioned about the Parks Department, personnel, everybody, building and safety, key to have that there. And I just wanted to mention, Mr. Featherstone, I think if we could have one thing as we advance, because I think it's a 50th year of CERT. This year celebrated, and I know under Mayor Reardon's administration, I think it started at that time out of the offshoot of our Northridge experience. Every athlete of every team, of every college or every high school should be somehow aware, because it's important to be ready for the big one. And I think just put that in the back of your mind as you relate to the Unified School District, Community College District, and other universities here, if you could just do that. And lastly, I just think it's real important that we remind people at least twice a year. You have the big rollouts. I know Hal Burnson, who Mr. Englander spoke so eloquently about yesterday, Greg Smith, and now Mitch has taken the banner up. Preparedness is the key, because it absolutely will come again. And to look over the shoulder to make sure all the departments are doing things. How many employees totally in your department?
22.
22. You know, it should be 222, but that's not possible, so you got to do it with 22. And I think that helps us at least be prepared, be ready, and make sure everybody's sharp. And the last thing I do want to say, members, just generally, one of the challenges is some people are critical of take-home cars when the earthquake comes. Those in police and fire who do have assigned or other public works, it's important because there's a mobile field force. I know that I think it was Chief Parker who first developed the take-home for the motorcycle officers, because in the event of an emergency, there you have a field force that comes there. And then I think of the name of Charles Clarence Dean, I believe, the Los Angeles police officer, motorcycle officer, who came to work on that day in January at 4:31 in the morning when there's quake, and lost his life coming over the 14 to the 5. So our employees are so important in that, and they're a very key element for that training. So I just wanted to remember Officer Dean as we talk about take home and being prepared and rolling out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBlanche. Mr. Featherstone, there's a $500,000 allocation set aside in the unappropriated balance relating to planning for emergency response specific to the disabled community in Los Angeles. And I know that there's been a considerable amount of discussion in council about that for some months now. I would like to get a budget impact report back on how that number was determined.
Yes, sir.
And whether you believe that it's adequate to complete the tasks necessary, and also how that work will be completed, whether it'll be developed in-house, outside contractor, timeline,
Yes,
all of those. And then separate, that's a budget impact report. As far as the broader issue of your recommendations for targeting emergency response to the disabled community, I'd also like to get a special study report back about what the major recommendations in the reference study might be, what modifications might be necessary in the operation of the department, and also the application of those recommendations to actual or potential litigation exposure that the city may face.
Yes, sir.
And with that, thank you very much. Thank you for, I think Mr. Englander started us off with the right tone in noting that I think that one thing the city really does extraordinarily well is emergency response and public safety. And I think our department has become the model for much of the country. And I thank you for your leadership in that regard.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
We do have a couple of cards on this department. The first is Joanne Ivanic Garb, followed by Arnold Sachs, and Mr. McQuiston. And Ms. Ivanic Garb, I know you're used to coming here and getting 2 minutes. I'm afraid because we're covering a lot of departments each day, we're limiting it to 1 today.
Okay, I'll keep it
Thank
short.
you.
Joanne Ivanic Garb, West Hills Neighborhood Council. I grew up in the civil defense era, and my dad was the district director, volunteer for our area back in Pennsylvania. So I'm aware of emergency preparedness. There's a siren about 5 blocks from my house. I have never heard it go off. I've lived in California for 43 years. I've lived in my neighborhood for 15 years. Never heard a siren. Also, our neighborhood council sponsored a CERT training, and we trained 65 people, 4 of whom were my family members. So we're pretty well prepared in our house. We live about a half a mile from Station 106, which was the headquarters for the Topanga fire. And so we see all the emergencies happening around us. But I don't know of a traffic plan. If we had to evacuate the area, how would we get out? And what would be the traffic plan? So I think for neighborhood councils, you could work with neighborhood councils on developing a traffic plan.
Thank you very much. And by the way, I have a few of those sirens in my neighborhood too, and they're interesting relics of the Cold War, but that's all they are, because they've been decommissioned for, I think, about 30 years or so, haven't they, Mr. Featherstone? So, Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Real time, there was a situation at the Beverly Center, I think it was about 3 or 4 months ago, where they had to evacuate it. And it was almost literally a disaster because people were left out on the street without being informed. So when you talk about emergency response, do you practice that kind of thing in places, Staples Center, Dodger Stadium, areas that would have large crowds? Also concerned, there was discussions and notices in the newspaper regarding the interaction between the county emergency fire departments and ambulances in the city. There was a situation where people called the city for emergency services, and there was a county station 2 blocks away, and it took the city to get 15 minutes, give it time, longer than the county. The interaction between the two. And finally, Mr. Krikorian, an oldie but goodie, when you mention in-house, don't forget the outhouse.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. McQuiston, and that's all we have for emergency management.
Jim McQuiston. Trenched. There is a large fault that goes from Pasadena out to the Channel Islands through Los Feliz, goes through Santa Monica, goes through Hollywood. It's expected to move 30 feet. The 1906 earthquake in San Francisco moved only 23 feet, so be prepared. Now, I attended a building and safety commission meeting up in Figueroa when the Covina earthquake struck, and every one of the city employees got on their phones to call home and see what happened, even though they had CERT training. I've had CERT training too, and I had to say, stay off your phones. So we still need some work in the city.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Featherstone. Appreciate your being here. Appreciate your comments and your service. So just for the sake of everyone in the audience, we're going to be covering today, in addition to emergency management, the new Economic Development Department and the former Community Development Department, housing, the Convention Center, El Pueblo, the zoo, aging, disability, and the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. So we have a lot on our plate between now and the end of the afternoon. So let's go ahead and bring up economic development.
You want to do the memos first?
Well, you know what? Yes, we can do that. So as they're working their way up, members, let's go ahead and hear any comments that you may have on today's list of reports back from yesterday. And let's start with Mr. Englander.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few changes. On page 2, item 173, just the word new in front of San Fernando Valley. So it should be to report back on the status of the new San Fernando Valley community plans. So any new ones, not existing ones.
These are mine. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So on page 2, number 173, just to add the word new, so it's report back on the status of the, it should be of any new San Fernando Valley community plans.
Got it.
New, okay. Also on that page, in the interest of consolidation and efficiencies, I'd like to ask that we consolidate a number of reports that will come back to my committee, to public safety, that I think are fine to consolidate unless there's an objection to consolidate items 120, 121, 124, 125, and 126 into one report. So that would be one council file or report coming back to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you.
I would ask, and I think it was asked but already asked and answered here, for 122 and 123. I don't believe those are necessary since they were asked and answered. And again, unless there are any objections. And the same thing on 127.
Got it.
Okay. Same thing on 133. I think that was asked and answered. Okay. Then moving on to page 4, number 96. I'd like to just clarify the language. The actual language I was asking there, the intent was, can the positions be restored to the department but absorbed within their budget? Just that simple.
Restored but absorbed. Got it.
Correct. On page 5, the last one on the page, 104, well, depending on which version of the pages you have, but number 104, under Public Works, I would ask that instead of a special study, that actually be a budgetary impact.
Got it.
On page 6, number 111, I believe we could remove that as well, as that I believe that was asked and answered. And the same thing with 114. Unless there's any objection. On page 105, there's a, I'm sorry, the same page, number 105, that was a consolidated item of a request between both myself and the chair. I'm okay with one report back and wanted to see if there was a recommendation to break those apart into 2 separate reports. I'm okay either way.
Separate reports, you mean from the 2 departments?
Well, separate reports, one asking for what would a consolidation look like, and then a separate report of apart from the consolidation, because I think they...
Oh, yes.
To ensure that... Because even if it were one department, they still have to make sure
Absolutely.
that they've... It's okay, so let's bifurcate those into 2 different reports and ask that the consolidation be studied as one effort, and then a different report on streamlining and the efficiency and the coordination to work with the striping, if you will.
Got it.
Because either way, we have
starting
to do that
today.
Yeah, that needs to be right. So let's bifurcate those. Okay.
Right.
Just so it doesn't look like we do one or the other. Okay. On page 7. Number 158, I believe that was asked and answered as well. Don't think we would need that. And then 159 and 165 appear to be duplicative, different wording, but asking for the same thing back. So if you want to just combine those weren't, neither one of them were mine. They just seem to appear to be exactly the same.
Okay.
And then a couple that were missed yesterday to add. One was a special study, not a budgetary impact, but a special study for ITA to come back on 311 capabilities to be installed in council offices.
Okay.
A second one is for ITA to report back as a special study on their implementation for Microsoft updates, particularly as it pertains to council offices. When I say Microsoft updates, a lot of these reports we can't even open because we're on 2003, but the rest of the city's on 2007, so we're all struggling to open reports and download converters that don't work, and so we just need to find that out. We found that question came out of trying to print this specific report, but anyway. And then with that, the only other addition was because we took, I believe it last on building and safety, was the item 42, page 45, on a budgetary impact request to come back on the possible elimination of that position. And again, the workload indicators or the justification from the CAO's perspective on a CFO for that department. So again, in keeping with the spirit of possible authority position eliminations and asking for those workload indicators to be included with that. Those were all mine. Thank you.
Thank you. All of those seem fine to me. I would just ask that the consolidated report that would be referred to public safety would also be reported back to this committee as well.
Right.
Yes. Oh, sure. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everything you're doing. A couple of tough questions. The mayor's budget proposal does not...
I'm sorry. Wait, Mr. Rosendahl, we're still reviewing the committee questions from yesterday, so I was just taking members' comments on changes that you might make on the committee questions before we start the next department. So you should have it before you. If you don't, I'll get... Oh, you have it. Okay.
Concerned about where we go from here, so I'll save it for that.
Very good.
Very much.
Very good. Mr. Kretz, anything on the list?
Nothing to add to this.
All right, Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange. You're good? All right. Well, then, with that, if there's no objection to the list as it was modified by Mr. Englander and myself just a moment ago, and seeing no objection, it'll be the action of the committee to approve the most recent committee question list. And now we will move to economic development.
Good afternoon.
You'll be presenting, Mr. Santos?
Yes, I am. So with your permission, sir, I'd like to ask my colleagues Mercedes Marcus and Greg Irish to join me for this presentation that involves both of their departments.
Very good.
So as you know, for the last several months, your council has been discussing and approved the creation of an economic development department that becomes effective on May 22nd. So the department exists in the context of the budget, but it hasn't been officially established due to the period in time from the time your council acted. The department will have a budget of $17.9 million, staffing of 188 positions, of which 130 of them are regular, 50 resolution. 95% of the funding will come from the CDBG grants, Workforce Investment Act grants, and other competitive grants. There are 98 positions that are currently in CDD that will be transferred to housing, 67 regular and 31 resolutions. Of the 188 positions in the new department, 8 to 10 of them are vacant. And there's an estimated revenue of about $6.2 million compared to 2012 revised amount of $8.1 due to the reduction of the approved positions. The department, for the most part, is consistent with the recommendation that was made by myself and the CLA with a few exceptions. There are 5 positions that are established as project coordinators. 3 of them are intended for the positions that currently exist in the mayor's office, and there's 2 additional positions beyond that. During the discussion of the creation of the department, there were some concern raised by members of the community, particularly those involved in workforce development, that in light of the fact that there's so many dollars going to this project involving workforce development, that the name of the department reflect that activity. And so we are prepared to recommend that should your council consider a change in name, the name in fact be the Economic and Workforce Development Department, to reflect the significant amount of workforce activity that would be taking place consistent with the current CDD department. With that, we'll be happy to respond to any questions you have. And again, I invite my colleagues to join me, given that it impacts both of their departments.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It might appear a little provincial, but I'm thinking of the 11th District at this point, so I appreciate the focus right now. The mayor's budget proposal does not transfer several positions from the mayor's office to EDD as approved by council. Why not?
The budget process doesn't usually permit the transfer of mayoral positions, but as I indicated in my opening comments, the 5 project coordinator positions, 3 of them are intended to be exactly those positions in the mayor's office.
Great, I appreciate it.
The mayor's office could certainly speak to greater detail on that.
Please do.
Yes. As
Good afternoon. It's coming on.
Good afternoon.
You have
There
to be
go.
patient.
Thank you very much, sir. So as Miguel has indicated, the CEO has indicated, the mayor's office cannot functionally transfer mayor's office positions from that office into our city department. However, we would be open to reduction of 3 position authorities in the mayor's office if that's the Budget and Finance Committee and Council's desire.
Great. Appreciate that. The following questions require clarification information due to the fact that CDD is being dissolved with responsibilities being diverted to the new department. Okay? Quote, my question is, my CD11 Family Source Center, that's FSC, that operates out of the Mar Vista Family Center continues to highlight how partnerships and collaboration can work to ensure that services for the needy are not disrupted. Can you clarify how the transition from CDD over to the new Housing and Community Investment Corporation will impact our Family Source Centers?
So as we indicated in the discussion to create the department itself, there will be no change in how these programs are currently operated in your district or any other part of the city. I'll let Mr. Irish further discuss that.
Okay, so then therefore, are we looking for any additional cuts in our family service centers, including our Mar Vista Family Center? Oh, I love that. No.
No. Councilmember, we are currently transferring folks who are responsible for those particular activities to housing. And we currently have a great relationship with housing in as much as we share in CDBG funds. We expect it to be a seamless transfer of responsibilities, and we don't expect it will have any negative impact on service delivery in terms of family service.
I love that. That is just terrific. Does that also include the funding for oversight and maintenance of the Vera Davis Center?
Yes. As you know, funding for the Family Source Centers is derived from the comp plan.
Yeah.
The consolidated plan will now be the responsibility of the Housing Department, but again, the Housing Department shares those resources with many entities, some within the city, some external to the city.
That's beautiful. Can we get a report back highlighting how the need for $100,000 for continued oversight and maintenance for the facility, or are you already answering that for me?
We can report back to you.
For the Vera Davis Center.
Yes. Robert Sines is the Assistant General Manager at CDD. Robert, can you?
Please, Robert.
Just for clarification, currently there's not a line item for the Vera Davis.
Yes, right. That's why I'm concerned.
In terms of identifying those resources, it should be transferred along to the Housing Department along with the Vera Davis oversight.
That is such good news. Are we still looking to create a nonprofit policy agreement for facilities like the Vera Davis Center? Do we have a status on the development of this RFP? I mean, it's just an overview. Would this also be a question for housing community investment? Just need to understand all that clarity on that.
Yes, we've worked very hard, as you know, with your office to make sure bringing the partnership together, keeping the costs down, and actually providing the great service that the community deserves. In terms of the RFP, I believe we're waiting for the Cultural Affairs Department to finish on the Prop K identification of dollars, so we could do it all at one time.
That's all terrific. I'm delighted, and I want to thank absolutely everybody. I will be in Venice tonight at the Garden thing, which raises money for kids and everything, and I will announce to them that the Vera Davis Center is in good hands and that they're going to be working with us to make it continue to be an effective community program in our district. Bless you. Thank you. It's Christmas again.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions. One is I've been very focused on bids in my district. I helped to create a Westwood bid relatively recently, and there are other bids in the works. I know bids are going to be transferred to this new department, I think, in January of next year. How is this going to impact? Will this have a positive impact on their functioning or neutral? What's your sense of it?
Again, the expectation is that we're bringing people with that expertise, that energy, who actually perform those activities to the new department. So we're not expecting or anticipating any diminution of service delivery.
Could I say?
Yes.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah.
In fact, I think that the relationship with bids as we move forward on a much more integrated economic development strategy is going to become more important in the city, not less.
Well, that's a good thing. I know one specific challenge we've had in the past is we've had some difficulty with cancellation of contracts. I know our Westwood bid had an ineffective contractor, and it took, I think, around a year to disengage from that contract and move on to one that was more effective. Is there anything in the works to look at that and see if there's a more expeditious process for contract cancellation?
In the transition phase, I think it would behoove us to meet with council members to check in on whether they see that there are any problems with the transition, and we'll take that into consideration so that we can properly address some of your concerns and some of the other council members' concerns for any issues that remain.
And it's important to clarify that the transfer of the bids won't occur until January, in part because of the property taxes going out in August, so we wanted to allow for a period of transition. So it gives us an opportunity to ensure that we identify a number of issues, not just the one you're talking about.
That would be great. One other question. I know the focus of this department at the most basic level is jobs and job creation, and I wonder if we could get a report back on how the department helps to or intends to help individuals with job placement and increasing special trade knowledge and training, and whether you've looked at best practices other cities are using in this regard.
We can certainly get that to you. We're considered one of the best practices now in terms of workforce development. We have some of the data that you may need, that you may want to see now in terms of job placements, what wages, how long folks stay on the job, et cetera.
Very good. Thank you.
So we'll report back on that.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you. From my knowledge, this unit of government has been the most adapted, Mr. CAO, in the last 20 years because it kind of changes every 5 years. But just a technical question. Did I miss something? Is purple the color to wear today? And look at yourselves, everybody, and I know.
Tom, did you get the memo?
I did not get it. I didn't get it. It was very nice. Anyway, I just think it's key. I think what Greg said about bids is real important. Bids are an important component about Los Angeles. In 1978, when Prop 13 passed, there were 273 people in street services who did street sweeping by hand. They rode Cushman three-wheelers, and they did all of Wilshire, Broadway, Hollywood, Ventura Boulevard, etc. Right after that, it changed. And then we lost those positions. But then over the years, the challenge of those neighborhoods went out the way. Bids now, and I thank the city clerk's office for kind of holding it for a while, I think will only be accented in a greater way. That's what I'm encouraged about, Greg, the focus of what a bid does. Downtown bids certainly has helped turn it around, along with a lot of other things, Hollywood bid and North Hollywood bid, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we have to be adaptable, Mr. CAO, on all this. It's a change. It's different. But I think the most adaptive, and I hope the workforce that is in your units get encouragement, even though it's change, because it is tough, because it is a change, total change. So I just wanted to stand for that issue, to thank you as leaders, but to encourage your workforce that the change is here, but their adaptability is very good. And your brother's real good at the birthplace of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
I have a couple things.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think a lot's already been said, so this is exciting and a good step forward. I like the new name, by the way. So it's a good name.
Mr. Chair, can I defer to my Assistant General Manager? There are a number of issues that we have to address. They're not insurmountable, and they won't impact the new department in terms of its formation. But we just wanted to bring them to your attention in terms of rent and things like that, because again, we're going to work with the CAO to make sure that we can resolve these issues, and they're not large issues. But
you can certainly do that, but I'd prefer to hear Mr. Englander's question first.
Got it.
Once he asks his questions, then we can certainly do that.
But I did like the idea that you were going to answer the questions first.
So I thought you.
See, that's efficiency. That's what this committee is all about, creating
that's fantastic.
efficiencies.
Because I wasn't even sure exactly what I was going to ask. So that's. So with a couple things, if I could just report back, looking at the CDD housing, economic development, all the establishment of this new economic development and workforce department, workforce or work source? Workforce. All right, got it right. And just trying to reconcile between everything going back and forth with the consolidation, the deletes and the adds, and the position authorities, both resolution and regular authorities. It's hard to figure it out. It's very difficult to track all the changes. So if we can get a report back on the delete and adds and those on both, again, those position authorities from Reso and regular authorities back in one document, I think it would be very helpful.
We'll be happy to do that.
Okay, and then with that, I'd also I'd like to explore what was asked earlier, just to make sure it was captured as a budget impact request back on those items, the 5 positions with the, I think it was asked that if the committee or the council wished to look at 3 or 2 of the 3, let's study the 5 to come back and say, those are being added, what are they? And is there, do we have to look at those? Again, with the same workload indicators and impacts and the option of either not having them and what that would do, as was stated earlier. And then to add to that, on page 212, number 37, I would do the same thing on that one and look at it's actually not on 212. Yeah, 212:37. That new created position, I believe, is something we've already been doing in another department, and there's that existing person still there doing it. But so if you can report back on that ability to.
It's actually not a new position. It's a position that's being transferred from the CAO's office to the new department. So it's an existing position. The position's being transferred to the new department out of my office.
Oh, I see. Okay. Because I thought there was Eric Robles that was doing that function before. No?
No, it's a
little different.
It's a liaison role with FIMLA, and we're recommending as part of the overall plan that that coordination be done through the Economic Development Department, not through the CAO.
Okay, so it's just moving you. Okay.
That's
then
correct.
Strike that. No, we'll need to report back on that. Asked and answered. Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Englander. I have a few questions, but Mr. Labange wanted to ask to make a brief introduction.
Thank you very much for the Special Budget and Finance Committee. As you know, I'm on the INYO Los Angeles Standing Committee for the Council for Water and Power. Jim Yanata is here with Water and Power, is in charge of the whole Owens Valley. But we have a special delegation led by Mr. Harry Williams, who's head of the Bishop Paiute tribe from Owens Valley, who came to see where the water is used. And I want them to stand and be recognized by the members of the council and our guests. Please stand and be recognized. We thank you. As you know,
welcome to Los Angeles and welcome to our committee hearing.
We always try to take tours when there's money to see where the water comes from. I wanted to bring them down and show where it goes, and I want to thank you so we all learn from each other. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. Labange, have you taken them to the Tom Bradley Tower yet?
They're going right now, but you got to talk to Avak because now it's the Tom Bradley Room. I say it wrong, but Tom Bradley Tower, they go.
All right, welcome to our committee hearing. I have a couple of follow-ups. I think they're follow-ups to Mr. Englander's requests, but if they're not encompassed, perhaps they could be. And forgive me if I'm treading over the same ground, but there were 2 AGMs in CDD which were deleted, and 1 regular and 1 resolution authority assistant general manager in EDD that are added. I just wanted to get a correlation between those consistent with the rest of his correlation list that he described, whether the positions are filled, and whether they're going to, those 2 positions will then be moving to the new department.
We'll report back on that in Mr. Englander's report of the comparison.
Yeah, it should be one combined report. And then there were 43 resolution authorities for the project assistance and senior project assistance. Were those? Was that the group that you were referencing? Okay, great. So that's covered. And then, okay, so that's it with regard to the positions. Now, if you could just, we didn't touch upon this at the outset, and I think we should for the sake of clarity for the public, because I know there's been a little bit of confusion here about the economic development function in this department and the nonprofit that has been the subject of much discussion. So if you could talk about this proposed budget allocates $5 million to be set aside for economic development initiative with the nonprofit, and there was existing funding already allocated in the current fiscal year for that purpose. First of all, I'd like to know whether that funding or any portion of it is still available now and is expected to be in the next fiscal year. And then also, if you could just talk from a 30,000-foot level about the interrelatedness of these two functions.
So to respond to your first question, that is correct. There's currently $5 million proposed in the budget for a partnership with an economic development nonprofit that mirrors successful models throughout the country. As the report that the CLA and I submitted several weeks ago, the goal is to have an effective partnership with an outside nonprofit to not only engage in specific projects to generate jobs and promote economic development, but also to convert and identify existing city assets for the purpose of that kind of activity. A good example that I often raise is the LA Mall. I think there was an earlier discussion of that in a prior hearing. We think that working with a nonprofit, we're able to identify how to best maximize that asset, partnering with private developers, looking at how private equity could be used based on specific guidance that your council provides, and that's ultimately approved by your council. The nonprofit is also intended to assist the new department in the development of a citywide strategic plan around economic development that tries to identify those economic activities where the city should be more aggressive at, set specific goals and objectives, lay out timeframes that would inform both the department as well as the nonprofit's work. The relationship between the city and the nonprofit will be managed by the new Department of Economic Development, and so it would be based on a contractual expectations, lay out a series of goals and objectives that will be reviewed on a regular basis by your council and obviously approved by your council at the onset and then adjusted and examined in the future. So this is, again, a model that we looked at based on the best advice we got from outside consultants who examined the most successful models around the country, particularly those in New York and other parts and other major cities.
All right. So given that research and those comparisons, what I'd like to ask is budget impact report back on the amount of the funding between the two fiscal years, that this year and next year, that is going to be allocated for that economic development initiative, and what, with greater specificity, what is the anticipated expenditure of those funds, and what would be the performance metrics that we would judge success by? So since this is really the first time out with this effort, and it is a bold step forward that in my view, is long overdue, the difficulty I'm having is that we don't really know how we're going to measure success unless we identify a specific mission ahead of time and have some way to measure that. So, and it is a significant investment.
It is a significant investment, and much of that will be established in the contract itself. There's a working group currently that's working on developing an RFP that will be issued ideally in this fiscal year to solicit potential partners for this actual work. The goals and objectives will be outlined in that RFP, and then we'll see which entities, either existing or new, are step up to partner with the city. Okay. The money, to be clear for the public, I know you understand this, is being put aside in the UB so that the money won't be drawn down until, I'm sorry? Oh, GCP, I apologize. And GCP won't be drawn down until after that contract is established. The $2 million that you also indicated that was appropriate for this year will continue forward in the UB.
Okay. So between the GCP funding and the UB funding, there's $7 million that would be appropriated
and
for that.
part of the thinking with that is to allow for some transitional dollars that may be necessary as we move forward.
All right. So even in preparation of the RFPs, though, I think it's important that we have a great deal of clarity in what we hope our objectives will be. So if the working group is not ready to roll that out yet, that's fine. The report can indicate that and say what the status of development of it is. But I think before we invest this money, we need to have a pretty clear picture on what exactly we hope to get out of it and how we measure whether or not we did.
We'll report back on that.
Thank you. Under the GCP, in the proposed budget, the Office of International Trade, Office of Contractor Relations, and the Green Retrofit and Workforce Program are proposed to continue to be administered by the Mayor's Office. And I am wondering if consideration has been given to rolling those offices as well into the new EDD. Has that been analyzed?
You guys want to speak to that?
Go ahead, if you...
Yes, Councilman. In terms of what would be transferred in the proposed budget, there's $185,000 in the general city purposes budget for, I believe it's the Office of Small Business. There was contemplated to be transferred to the new Economic Development Department. However, with the establishment of the 5 positions within the new department and their general fund support for those 5 positions, the $185,000 could still be transferred to the department, or if Budget and Finance Committee had a different design for that, that would be fine too. I think our intent was to move those funds to the new department.
Okay. That's on the Office of Small Business Services.
Yes,
that was going to be my next question, and thank you. So if you could just include a very brief budget impact report back on that so we can evaluate it, that would be great. The question I had was similar, but relating to the Office of International Trade, Office of Contractor Relations, and the Green Retrofit and Workforce Program, which are proposed to be administered by the Mayor's Office, and seem to me those also have the potential for creating a natural fit with the new department. So if you could just report back on that, on the prospects of including those departments as well within the new EDD. And and then in the Blue Book on page 57, the proposed budget notes that a portion of the allocated resources for asset management strategic planning would transfer from the CAO. Is that what you were referencing before, Mr. Santana?
No, that deals with Film Los Angeles. So there's, there are positions that were approved in my office for asset management. What we state in our report and what's contemplated once the department's established is within the next year identifying which positions will be transferred to the department to ensure that we have a much more comprehensive asset management strategy that deals with GSD, my office, and the new department.
So the idea would be that transfer would take place at some point within the fiscal year.
That is correct.
And you can't determine the amount of money yet because you don't know when the transfer is going to take place.
That's correct. And there's asset management involves, there's an administrative piece that GSD manages. There's a strategic planning piece that your council moved to my office. And then there's a piece pertaining to economic development, which should go into the new Department of Economic Development. So that the flow of how those 3 functions are going to work are still being mapped out today.
Okay, very good.
If I could add one more thing.
And then I have to go back to you. You wanted to add some
of the questions we were going to ask are actually included within some of the report backs we're filing.
Yes.
So as I indicated in the onset, the department becomes official on May 22nd. we're going through this awkward period between May 22nd and July 1st when all the positions aren't officially transferred into the new department in the context of the budget. One thing that your committee may want to consider is moving forward on a resolution for the general manager of the position so that even in an acting capacity, that individual could be part of the planning. There's a lot of work that's being done by a working group headed by my office to identify exactly now, office furniture, exactly which individuals are going to be moving. Then we have to engage in impact bargaining for those individuals that are being affected. And so it would be helpful to have someone during that period of time. So something for your committee to consider is to look at establishing a resolution in this fiscal year for the general manager of the new department prior to the budget becoming effective July 1st to allow us to plan for that transition.
So we could do that within the budget instructions if we chose.
Well, we would recommend that you consider doing that prior to the budget because the budget doesn't become effective till July 1st. And so, again, the department itself gets enacted on May 22nd. And so there's a period between May 22nd and July 1st that it's helpful to have someone. Otherwise, we essentially have a department without a point person necessarily to assist us during that transition. And so it's, again, something for your committee to consider. We'll be happy to submit a written report to clarify these issues within the context of this budget process.
Well, and I think we would be happy to consider that, but that position in this fiscal year is something separate from this process that we're undergoing now. So if you would like to submit that, we'll be happy to consider it as a standalone motion.
We're happy to do that.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. But we do have a few cards. Yeah, Mr. Ingledew.
Go to cards.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and go to the cards. So our first speaker on this topic is Sofia Esparza, followed by Ruben Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. My name is Sofia Esparza, and I'm here representing the Southern California Workforce Partnership Association, which is a affiliation of all of the WorkSource centers in the city of Los Angeles, as well as others in the county. I'm really glad that I'm before this committee because the stewardship is, as we move forward, is really paramount in terms of this redesign and the impact that it's going to have on our operations down at the grassroots level, not at the 30,000-foot level. Thank you very much for considering the name change or the inclusion of workforce development, because I think it's really important that we recognize that workforce development, we've spent a lot of money in branding WorkSource. People need to know, and EDD was going to be confusing. But I think the most important part is that the majority of the funds for this department come from WIA, I think in excess of 80%. I don't have the budget in front of me, I don't know that, but it's very important that that the department, as it moves forward, if you give me a minute, really consider the requirements under WIA, which says under subtitle E of the administration, section 181, that there's limitation. No funds available under this title shall be used for employment generating activities, economic development activities, investment in revolving loan funds, capitalization of businesses, investment in contract bidding resource centers, and similar activities that are not directly related to training for eligible individuals under this title.
All right, thank you, Ms. Esparza. I'm sorry we can't, but it would be actually much more helpful to me if you could provide that to us in an email or a written note so I could actually look at it.
We know that we support economic development. It just means that we need to be included and we need to know where we're going in order for us to be able to function after July 1.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ruben Gonzalez, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ruben Gonzalez here on behalf of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. We'd like to first commend staff, especially the CAO, CLA's office, the business team, and all those in the city family who have worked to help set us on the path for this new, stealing the chair's word, bold vision for economic development in Los Angeles, and we fully support that. But I want to focus your attention on one item you discussed a little earlier, in the investment in the private nonprofit focused on economic development. This is critical. A critical investment and a critical message to the businesses here in Los Angeles, as well as those looking to possibly move to Los Angeles, that this city is actually serious about taking the best practices of Houston, New York, and other places and making them work here. So by keeping this $5 million line item in the budget, you are sending a critical message that we are ready to move forward, grow the economic pie, grow jobs, and grow businesses here in Los Angeles. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Arnold Sachs, followed by Cheryl Parisi.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. This is from your agenda from 12/12/12 City Council agenda. Can you tell me where the Office of Economic Analysis, this is item 8, on item 44 was item 8, but just the Office of Economic Analysis. This is a merger of the Planning, Building and Safety, exactly the EDD. This is, they're quoting Mr. Santana on 1/11/12 that stated, this is about CRA, but he mentioned that the CRA staffers make a salary of $109,000, which is considerably more than the $72,000 average of other city employees. The amount of time to put this into operation, we don't know. And finally, people are mentioning nonprofits. At the last Housing Authority meeting, it was mentioned that you have a program called Pilot, Payment in Lieu of Taxes, which affects nonprofits because nonprofits don't pay taxes. How does that affect the general fund?
Our next speaker is Cheryl Parisi.
Thank you. Certainly, efforts to streamline and consolidate and figure out the best ways to do enhanced economic development in our city are warranted. However, we do want to encourage you to take the same step that you took last year, which is to not fund the $4.5 million that is in this budget to create a private economic development department, a private economic development entity. Currently moving through the state legislature is SB 1. It is creating an opportunity and a vehicle to reconstitute the best tools of redevelopment and to provide a template and opportunity for cities and counties throughout California. We believe that action is warranted to wait to see the tools that are made available through SB 1 and to not move precipitously on the nonprofit private model. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If there's nothing further then, members, we can move on to housing. So I'd like to invite Ms. Marquez to come on back up. Good afternoon. We did receive your letter. Thank you. I always appreciate those who, in fact, comply with our request for letters, but I'm happy to give you a moment to open if you'd like, or we can go straight to questions.
I'm happy to be back before you on this. It's been a good number of years since I did a budget hearing with the City Council. Happy to be back. Thanks to our friends for such great work, particularly as we have worked hard to be ready for the transition. So we're happy to take your questions.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Labange, any questions for housing?
I'm watching it.
Okay. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, well, excuse me. I'm losing my voice, but I'll try to ask you a question anyway. There appears to be a deletion of 2 rehabilitation construction specialists, which are filled positions in your department. I understand that these are due to the reduction of CDBG and home monies.
Yes.
And I don't know if these positions wind up being laid off or transferred, how that happens, but I'd like a report back on the other potential efficiencies or moves the department can make to retain those workers.
Councilman, the department is going to accommodate those 2 positions. They're eliminated for efficiency purposes, and they are being transferred to another portion of the department with a different source of funds. So they will retain their employment.
Okay, that's good. So I won't need a formal report back on that. That's good enough. I would like a report back on the proposed fee changes that will occur because of the loss of grant funding. So if you could just give me a report back on that.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I was just all going to say the same comment. You look remarkably similar to the same woman who was up there previously in the other chair.
And in purple.
That's
we'll
all
get
you
a
got?
report back on that.
Mr. Rosendahl.
For the viewers who see, this is a bib, folks, and so if you're a senior and you got health issues, don't be embarrassed to wear it. I am embarrassed to wear it, but I'm trying to work through it emotionally.
You're stunning in any...
Charlie, good?
It'd be better if it were purple.
There you go. I just want to do a shout out for Mercedes for everybody to understand this. You know, we built the project, corner of Englewood and Culver. It's 4 stories. It's 124 units, of which 31 of the units now have in former homeless people that were processed through the St. Joseph Center. The remaining 91 are seniors 62 and older at poverty level, $20,000 or less. The building is full. It is a great moment. What happened was with the Obama administration, the smart move he did was making Mercedes Marcus a big shot in Washington. She took that energy, brought it back here, and worked with the coordination of all the departments. And we created the most amazing project. You know, people always go, oh, you're going to need a legacy, Rosendahl. I don't need no legacy. I just need to do my job. But there is a legacy that I will always see. Those 124 units, you know, they put my name in the building. I'm embarrassed about that. You don't need to have build. That's our job around here, frankly, what they did. And I certainly accept the fact that seniors there are in the most unique, good, positive position. And it's thanks to your leadership, Mercedes, in Washington. And we will be forever grateful for what you did in the Obama administration for all of us. And we're glad you're back here.
Thank you. You're very kind. But your passion for that is why there's that building there.
You're just beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. So in the budget proposal, there are a number of added authorities that are potentially exempt in the new department. Project coordinators, senior project coordinators, project assistants, and senior project assistants. There's 31 of them. So I'd like to ask that we get a report back on those positions that would be the parallel of what Mr. Englander just described with regard to the previous new department. There's also 2 positions that are being deleted that appear to be filled positions. In the Blue Book on page 339, number 25. So I'd like to know what are the functions of those positions and what plan, if any, is there for the incumbents who are in those positions.
Councilman, if I may interrupt.
Yeah, sure.
That's the exact same question, or the same positions that Councilman Koretz had asked, and they are being shifted to another portion of the department.
Those are those are the same positions.
Those are the same
okay,
positions.
good. So the Housing and Community Investment Department appears to have 5 AGM positions, 2 in regular authority, 2 in resolution authority, and a new position. So if we could get also a report back on the role of each of those positions, and what is the workload indicator that justifies an additional AGM when there are already 4 existing. And then finally, there's a proposal to eliminate a position, an operational and statistical research analyst position, and then apparently use some funding for contract programmers. So I'd like to get a report back on what is the justification for eliminating the city position and using contract services. And also, has there been any consideration given to whether ITA personnel can perform those services within the city family? And potentially, oh, by the way, also, if in the report, whether there might be reimbursement from special funds available to ITA to perform those services as well.
We're happy to look at it. Of course, you all know from looking at the budget that we faced over $4 million of having to cut back. So we have done everything we can to be creative, preserve the actual individuals in a job wherever we can. But the reality of how much federal funding we have lost, at some point we run out of running room. So we're happy to report back, but we do want you to understand. We want you to know we have done everything we can to keep every person employed with us. We don't want to lose anyone. And so sometimes the answer is that there's no more money for a real position and it's vacant. So,
believe me, I certainly understand and appreciate that. But whenever there's a loss of a position and then there's a contracted arrangement to provide the same services, that's an issue that we want to look at to make sure that we're doing it in a cost-effective way that's consistent with our labor relations requirements and so forth. So
we're happy to report back, and any help or ideas are more than welcome.
Yeah, and that, of course, would, thank you, Mr. England, include the CAO's report as well. Okay, anything further, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you. All right. So that brings us now to the Convention Center. And members, I want to congratulate all of us. We're keeping to a pretty good pace. I think we are going to be ahead of schedule yet again if we continue to remain disciplined.
The 2 and 134 freeway are now closed. On the brush fire, the 2 and the 134, so don't take that call.
Oh my goodness.
I'll keep you updated. There are.
Oh, you know what? I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I missed a card. But don't get it. Mr. Sachs, don't go anywhere. You're the only card, Mr. Sachs, on housing. I skipped your card on housing. I'm sorry. You going to pass on this one? I'm going to permit it, Mr. Sachs, because you're showing such good hustle.
Thank you.
You're running, and I appreciate it.
Very
Go
quickly.
ahead.
Again, I mentioned, could you kind of like, for the benefit of us knuckleheads back on this side, HACLA versus the Housing Authority of LA, how they interoperate? Again, HACLA, nonprofit, they don't pay taxes. And I believe Ms. Marquez mentioned money for real positions. Because the CAO, when he was talking again, I'll take a little liberty here, with the EDD, he mentioned regular versus resolution, and now we're talking about real positions. So, again, for this side of the microphone that public may not know, it's up to you, but I would appreciate the clarification of what that means. And again, the interaction between HACLA and the Housing Authority of Los Angeles. What are the two responsibilities, and do they intersect or do they diverge?
Thank you. HACLA is the Housing Authority. We also have a city Department of Housing, which has separate functions, which is a function of the city department. HACLA is not a part of the city government. So that brings us to the convention center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Philip Hill, CEO and Interim General Manager at the LA Convention Center. It's an honor to be here today in front of you this afternoon. Number one, definitely, it's been a really highly collaborative process. Many thanks to the Office of the CAO and also to the Mayor's Office. Incredible work by Deputy Mayor Earl and her team. She's a tough negotiator for the city, which is a great thing, but it's been a great and collaborative process, and I do appreciate that. I think it really helps us extract the best possible product for the city. The Convention Center primarily is focused on really 4 primary areas right now. One is we have a significant load of complex and demanding events that we are performing well on. We're heavily focused on LACC modernization. Of course, support the processes toward privatization and the Oversight Board. But most importantly, our latest one is the alignment of citywide event attraction and working with LA Tourism. It is an outstanding organization. Ernest Wooden is probably the best person that could have been picked for that position. I have great respect for him. We are working very well together with the intent is the client should only see one city, one organization, although they're working with multiple. And that is going along very, very well. So I'm very happy about that. We are experiencing an increasing rate of employee departures based on uncertainty and are attempting to adapt rapidly, but it's getting fairly significant just to keep that in mind. We are in full support of the mayor's budget. I think we've done a good job in getting through that. We did have one item that had to do with the starting cash balance that we have questions about how to possibly meet it, but we are going to keep working with the teams here, as both CEO and Mayor's Office, and see what magic and imaginative ways that can be possibly approached. And I would say that was all for the comments. It's an honor to be here this afternoon.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're pleased to have you here. Let's start the discussion with our Chair of Trade and Tourism, Mr. Tom LaBonge.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what is happening there and the work in the past and the big things may be happening in the future. Just to explain, because I know someone in my office came up with the idea that somebody else had, but advertising on the roof, is that, because the blimp flies by, and if the blimp could see it, somebody sees it. Are we looking at that?
Yes, sir. That is something we have definitely looked at because you said when the airship goes over, whether it's for currently Staples Arena or whether it's a new NFL stadium, we want to ensure that the world knows that LACC is right there and they want to hold their convents in the center of the action.
Right. So the convention center, say LACC, I'm a proud Cub, 855 North Vermont Avenue. That's where I had the greatest teachers in the world. But I think we should call it Convention Center instead of LACC, only because it gets confused with Los Angeles City College. Just a thought, Phil, just a thought. How much is happening down on how much property is available that is a developable south of Pico in the area? We own it from Figueroa through to the freeway. We have that square.
Regarding
the open space that's there, the additional property that's there. Do we need to? How are our parcels together? This is the one question I wanted to ask you. I could ask you in committee, but I'm asking you now. Are parcels adjacent to the area which we hope to expand? The land parcels. Do we have enough of parcels? Do you foresee having to buy more land for your future in the near future?
No, that hasn't been contemplated, but we could certainly report back on which parcels the city owns in the vicinity of the convention center. But no, there hasn't been any discussion of purchasing additional land for purposes of the reconfiguration of the convention center.
All right, now this is a tough one too, Phil. How much does the solar panels produce that are there, and are they producing?
The solar panels that are there right now have been there for many, many years, and we're going to have to run another analysis on those because solar arrays generally would dissipate at about 3% per year.
Right.
So based on, we'll say, 20 years in position, we would expect only about a 40% output remaining. And we are looking with our new design to basically put a new system in, newest technologies, so we can get maximum generation for the city grid.
Right, because that's like solar in the last century.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, just want to make the point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Kretz, you ready?
Yes. Obviously, we know how important the convention center is to economic development of downtown and filling our restaurants and hotels and attracting new ones and all of that. So a couple questions. Number one, our ranking nationally is not what it should be, considering all of the positives of the area for attracting conventions, weather, etc. I mean, there's dozens of reasons why we could be doing better than we are. I think it's difficult to plan for changes while we don't have an agreement with a contractor to run the convention center. How can we bring up its ranking in the meantime?
That's an excellent question. Actually, the LACC rankings, as we talk about them, are based on not performance, but on size. How much exhibit space is there, whether we're 15th or so in the U.S. But if you look at performance, how we serve clients, the LACC is considered one of the top ranking centers when it comes to how we service clients. We recently had a Society of Gynecologic Oncologists on board. We also had the Risk Managers Association that was on site who couldn't say enough greatness about LA. The answer, though, is in collaboration with LA Tourism, while we're working to spin up our hotel and our related properties, it's really the personal solution. We are great here because people have great experiences, and we work as a team, and we know how to energize the city around that client. So the focus in the near term is really to focus on that. How do we enhance the experiences? And that is something Ernie and I continue to work on. We're very excited about where the future is going, and I think we'll be in great shape for that, sir.
I think that's obviously a great piece of it, that the conventions that are held here are highly satisfied with what we're doing. The question is, how do we attract more of that, especially considering that high satisfaction rate, and yet we're not filling the convention center as much as we would like, especially with that taken into consideration?
Yes. I think the opportunity, as we've seen it from a few events that have been in the area recently, has to do with when we look at modernization, with Mr. Thomas Fields at a table here is working on that. We're looking really on how much contiguous space we have, how much meeting room space we have, that's critical, and associated retail nearby. Very quickly, when it comes to meeting room space, historically you wanted about a 90% exhibit hall, 10% meeting room, and that has shifted now where it's beginning to push towards 60-40 split. So you need many more meeting rooms to support the medical breakout sessions for the large citywide conventions. They need the hotels, they need the breakout space. So the answer to the question would be, I would say, more contiguous space and focusing on more meeting rooms for the breakouts for the large conventions.
How reliant are we on the football stadium being built to actually go forward with our modernization plan?
Can you say that one more time, please, sir?
How reliant are we upon the football stadium being built and a team coming and all the pieces of that for our modernization plan for the convention center?
My understanding is right now our primary plan A is that we're betting on the NFL stadium side, but we're not fully relying on that because, of course, that would not be responsible. We're working with the CAO, ULI, and other entities to develop Plan B so that in the event we get past October of 2014 and we are unable to secure a team by then, that we have another strong plan in place. And we are working closely with the teams on that right now.
And the $73,000 allotted for modernization in this fiscal year, what is that $73,000 for?
Stand by, please. We'll get Agnes Coe from our staff will be able to help address that, sir.
The $73,000 in the budget for modernization is for a full-time community electrician supervisor to help with the construction.
Very good. Also have some questions on the revenue projections. Was the council's action taken in December to contract out taken into account in these projections? And if so, what was the expected range or target date for the transfer of services to the contractor?
The revenue projections haven't been changed significantly due to the council's action because we, as you indicated from the onset, we haven't identified an operator yet. And so the revenue is and the budget overall is fairly consistent from previous years with some minor changes. Should we be successful in identifying a contractor that's approved by your council, then at the time that that's done, then there would be a review of the existing budget to determine what changes would be made to reflect the savings that we would generate due to that contract. But since we're literally in the middle of the RFP process as we speak, we don't know what the outcome is going to be until we're hoping to have that completed by the end of this fiscal year.
And the revenue projections also seem to include reimbursements from other funds only and nothing from miscellaneous revenues. Is this due to the low money-making performance by the convention center?
We're not quite, when you're referring to other miscellaneous revenues, is there a specific page you're referring to, sir?
I actually don't have that in front of me, so I'll have to.
Well, we'll work with your staff to report back on a specific answer so that we're clear as to what the question is.
That would be great. That's it.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I'm just studying back again some of these nice notes and appreciate it. You all know I've been involved with this since we started moving on it. And now we're in a position where we know we're number 15 in terms of capacity. Our dream is to go to number 5. Obviously, we want public-private partnerships to assist us in this because it is obviously a win-win for everybody. The multiplier effect of the new hotels, to have 6,000 more rooms there will allow us, and the multiplier effect to dynamically deal with downtown. What do your instincts tell you at this point about public-private partnership, and how do you see us moving forward creatively and thinking out of the box?
The convention center already, by its nature, is a public-private partnership, but we're looking to move forward and more. Most of our services are entities that are not city services that are combined to ensure that a client gets the services that they need.
Yeah.
In our collaboration and how we're going forward with the overall project that we're on now, that is the goal, is to be able to take it up another level and to look at, if I could say really, it's not just about building space. A convention center is never about a box because it's a lot more than a box. Part of why LA is great is because you've got all these entities from Department of Water and Power, Convention Center, Airport, and Harbor. My clients come through an airport to get to me. Their freight comes to the harbor to get to me. We collaborate, we talk together. Therefore, we make things smooth and we can get around issues that other cities can't, and we can make complex smooth. Huge selling point for LA. We have the attractions, we have the relationships, we have the emergency management partners. We're all first-name basis. That's why we're great. It's because of how we can mobilize and make things happen. So as we build a bigger box, it's really in how do we utilize the partners, LA Tourism, the convention center staff, and how they service events, all the partners in a region, our local hospitals, wellness programs, everything, so that the client realizes there's no better place to be than Los Angeles.
Well, you know, I not only totally agree with you, but there's even stats to back it up. For instance, Los Angeles is the blender and the microcosm of the entire planet. We have 37 nations here that have the largest population outside of their home country right here. And then we speak over 100 different languages right here. People will come here for family and friends forever because of the uniqueness of Los Angeles. So I'm very bullish about people coming. It's a matter of getting the word out and getting the particular convention projects and stuff that attract these folks, because they're here and they're part of the community and they're proud. So I have no problems going forward if we think out of the box in various ways. We think of how that multiplier effect will happen. We think about the fact that we are who we are, Los Angeles. I mean, there's New York and LA in terms of people from all over the world. New York's a rock, an island, and everybody lives there. They put a subway in years ago. We're a flat pancake because we all wanted backyards and animals and things like that. So we're spread out, but the numbers are phenomenal, our relationships to other countries on the planet. So it's a matter of us staying strong on that, continuing to work forward with that, and whatever we can do here as elected officials, we're in a very good position to assist on that. We obviously want to do. So that's basically what I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Englander. Great, thank you very much. I think a lot's already been said and asked. I've got just a couple things, so I'll be brief, but thank you very much for coming as well, and all your patience in working towards the RFP and some hiccups that we've recently gone through. So appreciate all the direction from you and the CAO. On that, with that, you had mentioned in your opening that you're experiencing some employee departures because of the uncertainty with the RFP. So report back on what can we do to help give you a little more flexibility than perhaps even some other departments during this time period because of that.
Thank you.
We've got to be cautious and careful that as the RFP is going out, we're not losing also dollars coming in because we don't have the way to service them. So we need to give you some flexibility, I think, that would be a little more unique, even if not temporary, to allow you to retain, whether it's half-time workers. I think we've got to be a little flexible here while we're in this process. So if we could look at that.
Thank you, sir.
We'll report. We did increase the as-needed account exactly for that reason, but we shared
the flexibility on the other
yes.
side of it,
right?
With letting them have whatever flexibility would go along with that.
Yes,
is important. So we don't have time to get through the process. So the funding's there. We just need the flexibility, perhaps, whatever that means. With that, I'm also concerned about losing any positions that are currently occupied. And so I believe there is, in going through all of your position authorities, and there's one that appears that you have a position for that's in the position now, and then you have some perhaps vacated. But in any event, if you can report back on restoring funding for that one position that appears in the budget, I think it's critical that we keep everybody there that we possibly can, since we have the funding to do so. So let's try to restore that one position, and then also give that credit again. Give the flexibility, allow you to manage the department through this process.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I think the convention center is one of the most critical assets that this city has for its economic future, and I'm pleased that we've been spending so much of our time in council and city government generally to try to focus on increasing tourism and increasing outside investment in Los Angeles through the convention center and tourism and other through other means. Mr. Rosendahl and I were, I think, the leading skeptics on the proposal to build the new stadium. Speaking for myself, the reason I ultimately chose to support that arrangement was precisely because of the importance of the convention center. It had nothing to do with the stadium. It had to do with the convention center. And my motivation was to have a modern convention center that would attract large conventions to Los Angeles so that we could be at the top of the list instead of, where we are. But I think that, and I think Mr. Englander and some of my colleagues touched upon this issue of uncertainty. I know you've had a great deal of difficulty within the workforce in the convention center in maintaining morale. We've had difficulty in keeping people in their positions and filling positions because of this uncertainty issue. There's been uncertainty about whether the stadium project would go forward. There's been uncertainty about the management structure and whether that would be whether there would be contract management, and there's been a lot of uncertainty about the future of the convention center, and I'm sure that that's made management of the operation exceptionally difficult, especially with regard to your relationship with your employees and how to keep things going forward. So I agree very much with Mr. Englander's point about giving you the maximum flexibility to be able to address those issues in the interim while all this is being worked out. I'm also a little concerned about the flip side of that uncertainty, which is on the customer level. and I've said this many times when we were discussing the stadium project, I have a real concern about whether that uncertainty itself about construction, about whether or not there's going to be a new hall or not going to be a new hall, all of those things, is inhibiting our current ability to attract planners of future conventions in out years to commit to coming to Los Angeles. And so I'd like to get your views on that, about whether it's having that effect, whether it's the construction issues or management issues or otherwise.
I'll be happy to answer that. That's perceptive and right on target. The answer is absolutely yes. More toward construction. More toward construction is where clients are having the concern. Clients are, and I believe Ernie will back me up on this with LA Tourism, clients are making the decision in some cases to say, maybe we'll just wait until the dust settles, and we'll come to LA when the dust settles. And so that is a big factor that we are discussing and trying to develop workarounds right now. And how do you make those clients comfortable? The most important thing in being comfortable is to understand the impacts. To understand the impacts, you have to know a timeline. If we know a timeline, then we can look at the client overlays, we can see what the impacts, we can work the workarounds, we can make the clients happy, and we can move forward. Competitive centers are trying to use this information of the changes in LA against us, and our books are being heavily marketed by competitive venues.
Okay. And how are we addressing that? And what can we do during this time of uncertainty to try to ameliorate that?
A big portion of what we're doing is based on our client relationships that we have. Many clients we've worked with for many years, and really it's the personal relationships that we will take care of them, and we will not leave them in a lurch. So a big part of this industry is that we've worked so closely with them on critical events that we're their trusted partner, and they know we won't let them drop. And that team at the center knows they're bonded like family. And so that is what carries us through, that personal relationship that says, we will not let you drop, we will carry you through. And recently, gynecological oncologists, recently, like I said, just moved out, the risk managers saw what the team can do when they really focus. As I tell my teams, we take care of people that take care of people. So with the gynecologic oncologists, when the things get really rough, when we call that team, our goal is when they come to our site, we take care of them. We take care of the people that take care of people. And that's how we help establish, again, LA, even during periods of uncertainty.
So given all that, are you comfortable with the revenue projections then for the convention center, given all that uncertainty among the customer base?
It's going to take a bit of effort, and but we have a creative team, and we'll work with mayor and CEO to figure out how we hit that. But it's not going to be comfortable as in relax and we hit it. It's going to be stretching to max ability, sir.
Great. Well, I hope that you're never relaxing, because this is a really important driver of our economy, and I appreciate your leadership through these difficult times. Speaking of construction, there is $4 million set aside for roof repairs, and I note that because you also responded to Mr. Labanja's important questions about the solar panels, and I hadn't realized that they had come to pretty much the end of their useful life. If they're 20 years old, that's pretty much the lifespan for a solar system. So has there been thought given to coordinating those two efforts, since you're doing roof repairs anyway, to also replace the solar panels with new, more efficient, more revenue-generating panels?
Yes, sir. That has been addressed. Heavy coordination through Mr. Thomas Fields here at the table, who leads the city's efforts for the convention center on construction and modernization. But that is a huge part of our discussions, and looking how we get the substrate handled first, which is the roofing, and then you can, if you want to build on top of that with whatever elements, whether it be advertising, whether it be solar arrays or other kind of assets, then we have the right substrate to back it up.
Okay, so the solar, it sounds as though the solar installation, if there is to be one, is going to come as a second phase to that, not done together with the roof repair?
That is what I believe right now. I believe we would have the hooks in place so that we can go there. I believe that is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the roof repair is made in anticipation of the possibility of doing that. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Again, it's an honor being here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us next to El Pueblo.
No speaker. No speaker first.
Well, actually, do we have any convention center speaker cards? No. Okay, very good. So we'll move right into El Pueblo then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chris Espinosa, El Pueblo Historical Monument.
All right, so there's a slight increase, it looks like, in El Pueblo's budget for this year. You did submit a letter, which I appreciate. It sounds as though you're not recommending much in the way of changes, so but you're welcome to make any introductory comments that you'd like to make.
Well, thank you. We've worked very closely with the CAO's office and the mayor's office. We have an overall budget revenue target of $4.62 million. The department is essentially a special funded department. We raise all our revenue from the parking lots, rent revenue, and special events. It covers all our direct costs and about 75% of our indirect costs, pensions and health care. We're very excited about being able to get a new scrubber and some of the equipment that we need to keep the place very clean and inviting to the public.
And this is progress, I think. Was it a year or 2 years ago when El Pueblo finally got to the point of being completely independent of the general fund, I think. So it's now continues to be entirely special funded without subsidy, and I think that's been significant progress. So
thank you.
Congratulations. Any questions from members for El Pueblo? Yeah, Mr. LeBon.
Just the excellent job that you and your staff have been doing in getting off the general fund and then also transforming. There is probably more tourist bus stops there than any location in the city, and then trying to make the experience better. I know Art Leahy from MTA, which now controls the property side, is very interested, Mr. CAO and Michael, on the expansion of a walkway directly into El Pueblo and do all the things. I know Channel 35 is being relocated there. I don't know when. When is that? This year?
No, the approval was made by your council this year. It'll probably come up in about 2016. We've just started to work with the Bureau of
2016?
Yes, it takes about 1 year of design work and about 2 years of construction.
Yeah, good. I'm gone in 2050.
Well, then we'll speed it up.
Invite me to the ribbon cutting. But anyway, I think it's just tremendous.
You'll never be gone, Mr. LeBon. You'll never be gone.
Oh no.
Whether you're in this office or not, you'll be here.
Thank you. But the other thing too, the new stop light, which is very effective because there's a lot of crossing there, and I know Mr. Weezer has been a champion for that. So a lot of good things are going. And I just wanted to stand. I'm always right there, shoulder to shoulder, Mr. Weezer, and trying to help as we all are. It's really all of ours to celebrate the birthplace of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Those two new crosswalks are really important. They connect to Father Sarah Park, where we have a high density of homeless. And we hope to, better activate and use that park. It also reduces liability. And the second crosswalk that we put, we connected to La Plaza de Cultura y Artes. That's a county facility. It represents a $50 million investment in the neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure and better utilize and allow for visitors to come back and forth throughout the whole campus.
And the other thing the last thing, because I know we've talked earlier about the mall across the street, if there's a way, Mr. CAO, you could get a permit. You ever been to Paris, Mr. CAO?
Yes, I have.
The left bank and the right bank and all those little artists. On the large sidewalk that goes from the mall over the Santa Ana Freeway, if there was some small kioscos, is that a correct way to say that? Just for artisans. It would attract that in such a way that it would be a connection. And if we get a permit from, I don't know if it goes through the state or if it's our sidewalk over the bridge, but I think that would really help connect the Pueblo closer to Los Angeles. Because our Civic Center is the largest concentration in a mall form outside our nation's capital. We got to sell that, which is real important. Sell that meaning this is a place to come and be. But I think it'd be a great little thing and to look at. You understand what I'm talking about? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, just in memory of folks, Joe Sorrell and the Italian Hall. That is as historic, obviously, as the spot, and you're totally committed to the history of this. Where are we on the Italian Hall?
I'm glad you asked. We've started the renovation of the Italian Hall. It's a $960,000 project. GSD construction forces are out there on a daily basis. It'll be done by the end of this year. So we're projecting about the end of October 2013. My guess is maybe into winter a little bit. We've drafted a memorandum of agreement that will be negotiated with the Italian American Foundation. I'm attending their board meeting and just received their financial documents, so we're working on it in earnest.
Oh, I just love it. I mean, it's all music to my ears. I know Joe Sorrell, who's 10 years older than me, is looking down on us with great joy to hear that, and is John Ferraro as well historically on that. Do you see the ability to pull this to Venice Beach and use it as a model to turn Venice Beach into that strategy as well?
I'd like the CAO to answer that question.
That's for the CAO, of course.
That would be a great thought, Mr. CAO, because El Pueblo used to be in the Recreation and Parks Department.
Right.
And they never were able to focus on something. This may be a great idea, Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, thank you, Mr.
That would go. So I think maybe just have a report back to see if there needs to be an authority, like the El Pueblo Authority, for Venice Beach, Greater Venice Beach.
Beautiful.
I'm seconding Mr. Rosendall's motion, but I'm articulate, modeled after the El Pueblo, because there was a fight between the city, county, state, on, and never nothing moved. And then finally, when we took charge, this is a great idea, Mr. I second your motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's a great idea, but Mr. LaBonge, I think it's an issue for your committee, actually. I'm not sure if it really bears on what we're doing here, but I think you should raise that issue.
Well, in the context of Rec and Parks, I think we committed to a special study on that very question, so we're already on it.
There you go. Again, efficiency in the Budget and Finance Committee. See there, you ask, Bill, and it's already being done.
It's great.
Mr. Engleter.
Just a quick question. Thank you. On your budget memo, it says the department continues to generate revenue to cover all direct expenses for approximately 60 city employees. But then in the budget books, it only refers to 11 total employees, 10 regular, 1 reso.
Yes, sir. It's we partner with the Department of General Services, and so we have parking services staff, we have custodial staff, we have building maintenance, and so they make up the bulk of the city forces that work there on a day-to-day basis. So we transfer funds over to the Department of General Services to cover all those costs.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The budgeted trust fund revenues for the coming fiscal year is less than the actuals for this year. I'm sorry, the actuals for 2011 and the projected estimate for this fiscal year. Do you know why the trust fund revenues are decreasing? And if nobody has a ready answer, that's fine for a report back.
We'll report back on that.
Okay, thank you. And if you could also provide a report back. This is actually sort of a special study report back, I think, on the current status and plans for the leasable property at El Pueblo, and in particular the Pico House, as well as Masonic Hall and the Hellman Kwan building. And you might wish to discuss, Mr. CAO, in the context of that report, whether there's an appropriate role of the Economic Development Department in consideration of that currently unleased property.
And we'll do that.
The proposed budget also provides $291,000 for marketing and events, and I think that's certainly money well spent if we're, spending it in a way that effectively increases our tourist traffic through there and the amount of revenues that are generated from that traffic. So I'd also like to just get a report back about what's the intention of that fund. What are we going to spend? What are we going to be spending that money on? And I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time and your leadership. Appreciate your coming down.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we do have a couple cards. One card from Mr. McQuiston. Mr. McQuiston?
Just in time.
Jim McQuiston. Mr. Rosendahl already brought up my question, so it was on the Italian home.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. And I'm sorry, Mr. Kretz had a question as well.
Yeah, I just had one quick question on whether filming has had an impact on El Pueblo and whether that's helped with any kind of economic development as part of the project.
And if I could dovetail on that and ask it in the reverse way, whether El Pueblo has had an impact on filming, because I know there's an awful lot of activity there. The easier we make it for folks to film there, the better I'm going to like it. So if you can speak to it in both directions, please.
And also, too, as Mr. Krikorian said, people getting off those buses love to see the cameras roll, because if they go back home, they say, I saw him make a movie in Hollywood.
Filming is extremely important to the historic monument, and the Pico House often provides that backdrop for the filming, both in commercials and for movies and TV shows. We bring in about $300,000 annually in filming revenue, and this year it was a little bit less due to the market. I mean, it's variable. 2 years previous to that, we were bringing close to $400,000. So it's been a booster for our overall budget. We work very closely with a lot of the film agencies, so they know that we're very film friendly. And because of the way we're designed as a monument, people are able to load and unload all their facilities really close by. They rent the parking lots. We have 5 parking lots that we generate additional revenue from, so those are very important assets.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us next to the zoo. Mr. Lewis, welcome. So we've received your letter. Thank you very much. It's my understanding that you have 2 requests for a full-time and 1 half-time animal keeper as resolution authorities.
That's correct, yes.
Anything else, or is that it? And
that's really it.
Very good.
We were comfortable with the rest of the budget proposal.
Go ahead and do you have any other introductory comments that you'd like to make before we go into questions?
Just that, there's a lot of pieces in this budget to get us there. If you notice, we're, I think, coming in this year with about $250,000 from the general fund. All the other direct costs are being supported through operations, and extra revenue that's coming in from new activities this year, as well as contributions from our support organization, GLAZA.
Thank you. Well, of course, we have to start our discussion of the zoo with the Honorable Tom LaBonge.
Thank you, members. As you all get excited about Los Angeles, one thing that always excites me particularly at the Los Angeles Zoo, the Observatory, Exhibition Park, or anywhere, the sea of school buses. How many young people come free to the zoo a year? How many classes? Do you have that number?
Can you answer that, Denise?
It's about 150,000 students.
150,000 students almost during the school year plus, and then other youth groups as well. This is key, and an element that's key to do that. And did I hear correctly? You only get $250,000 from the general fund?
That's what's proposed in next year's budget, yes.
Right. And you could live with that?
Yes.
Yeah, good. And then just mention, just for the thing, the issue of trying to get revenue, because Mr. Rosendahl was concerned about that, but I want to talk about the parking tests that you've had this year. Has there been any complaints?
I'm going to let Ms. Verrett speak to that, but it's actually been going pretty good, and we've actually been doing a number of testing, setting aside, what we're doing is setting aside a few parking spaces that are closer to the admissions, and people are paying to park up close to the admissions. She's varying the numbers, just kind of testing it. So Denise, if you want to report on it.
We've done the pilot for about 30 days. It's about 373 spaces.
30 days on weekends or during the weekday too?
It's been during the week, like during peak attendance, spring break. We did it during winter break, and then holidays and special events when the attendance is the highest. And we've generated about a net revenue of $37,000. So, and it's 17% of the total parking spaces that are available. So it's not every day. It's not during the week in general, unless it's a peak attendance day. And while there have been a few complaints, it's been very minor compared to the total number of parking spaces that have been available.
Right. And the other thing I wanted to ask, how's all the animals?
Animals are doing well.
And all the snakes and everything else. I know you see a few snakes around here, but
it's all right. We like snakes at the zoo.
Yeah, I got it. I want you to like it at the zoo. All right, I was standing. I'll take that. Let me ask you another last question. I love the fact that at one time there was a light festival that gave families an opportunity to come to the park. Over the last several years, there have been major water lines, and also it was so popular it's been curtailed. I know I've spoken to you, but is there a possibility, and I'm interested in helping any way that I can, that we could do a light festival that either would walk through the front of the zoo and out the service road and around the Zoo Magnet School and around the entry, or something that would be free to the public, but also your facilities would be open to provide services if so choose.
Well, while you and I were having those discussions, Denise and her staff was ahead of us, and they've been working on a plan to do some type of a light program in the zoo over the holidays. Whether or not it'll be free or not, we'll all have to discuss that depending on the cost and how it works.
But I also did talk to Water and Power, because it's just in storage. And there, there's a positive response that could make this happen. And then it brings people to the zoo. And lastly, members, I am working with the Department of Transportation, who are skilled on trying to improve the intersection of Zoo Drive and Western Heritage Way. As you know, there was a tragedy where there was such a long queue that someone in a van jumped the line of cars and crossed the line and hit a cyclist and dragged him 600 feet onto the freeway, where he tragically lost his leg and severely hurt his body, but he is surviving. We're looking at trying to modify that road so that it would try to reduce that. When it's popular days, sometimes the backup pole is already to Colorado, sometimes even to Los Feliz Boulevard, but it's very important. And the big issue is, though, I hate to say this here, but I'm working to possibly put a signal that would only work during high use days. I'd hate to put a signal in the park, but yet it would stop the queues because it's so popular. So I just want to thank all the zoo staff and say hi to Billy and everybody and all the gang out there who work so hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much revenue do you anticipate the Rainforest of the Americas exhibit will generate?
You want to address that, Denise?
We believe that there'll be about a 75,000 person increase over the current attendance, so going from 1.6 to about 1.67, and that would equate to about 1.3 million in additional revenue, including the fee increase that's proposed.
Very good. What are your new expectations for the new marketing partnership with Glaza?
What was the first part of the question? I didn't hear the first part.
What do you expect the positive impacts to be of the marketing partnership with Glaza?
Well, first, probably and foremost, is an infusion of over $2 million a year into our marketing effort. Right now, and what's been static for half a dozen years has been $800,000 a year, which has allowed us to do some good programming, but it's really just kind of kept us at the same outreach and the same attendance level. So by adding those additional funds, the $2 million, we think that we can reach other parts of the city that we haven't been reaching. We still hear, and maybe you do as well, but we still hear from lifelong residents on the west side of LA that don't know there's a zoo in Griffith Park. We need to get out there and talk to folks, and so the limits of the funding. So I think that's probably the biggest, which will bring in more attendance and more revenue to the zoo and help us support the operation.
No, that sounds great. So hopefully it'll in addition to the $2 million coming in, that when it's expended, it can more than pay for itself and
right.
Snowball attendance.
Correct.
So that would be great. One other question. Is the zoo following the judge's decision in, if I'm pronouncing it right, the Leader versus Lewis case?
Well, you got the last part right. I don't know about the first part. Yes, we are following the judge's decision. Once a month, we rototill the yard. That was one of the directions. It's interesting, shortly after we till up the sand, particularly the girls tend to avoid the soft substrate. They don't like walking in it. So once it settles, then they walk in it again. We increase the amount of time each day the animals are exercised. And the third direction was not to use the ANCUS, which we weren't using at the time of the trials, and we still are not.
And I don't remember the specifics of the instructions, but how often did the judge order that the tilling take place?
The order was just on a regular basis. And so we picked a month initially to see if that was enough to keep the soil in a non-compacted way, and it has been. So we're doing it once a month. The other direction was to exercise each elephant for up to 2 hours a day. So we are monitoring that. The two cows, particularly on a warm day, will not exercise for 2 hours straight. We did get a clarification from the judge that it didn't have to be at one time. So we take them through the exercises. Staff monitor them throughout the day because they place food and other forage items throughout the exhibit, so the animals have to walk to get it. So we are staying pretty close to that. There'll be a given day where one animal won't exercise that much time, but we're staying real close to it.
So you're doing whatever you can to get the animals to do that amount of exercise.
That's right. And I think we're actually meeting what the judge requested.
Very good. Thank you.
Even a judge can't order an elephant to exercise if it doesn't want to, I guess.
That's true.
Mr. Englander.
Yes, my wife can attest to that. All right. So, my question was on the parking. Obviously, I'm assuming, ask the question, we're not eliminating with what we're talking about in the proposal for the preferred parking program any handicap spots.
No, they're not included at all. They still will be where they're supposed to be according to code.
Do we have any expectant mother parking?
No.
We do not.
Have we looked at that before?
No, we haven't looked at that.
I don't need a report back on it. I just, if you want to bring that back to look at on your own.
You know, one of the things that we have been talking about literally was a valet system, but as we went through that, and not specifically for expectant mothers, but just anyone, but just the managing that looked a little bit out of our scope, so that's why we went to the preferred parking.
We have a new valet ordinance that we just passed as well. So we don't just let any monkey park a car. No zoo joke there.
There you go.
All right. And the last question was on the admission price. Did we cover that? I wasn't sure if somebody brought that up. Is there a proposal this year to increase the price again $1?
There is a proposal for a $1 increase.
And that's part of the budget?
Yes, sir.
And how many years have we increased? I know we've increased in the last several years.
This would be the 6th consecutive year that we would increase the admission prices.
The 6th consecutive year. How do our gate fees compare to any and all other zoos?
We're still very competitive. We look at that each time, before we make the recommendation, and we're still competitive to not only other entertainment venues in the area, but other zoos in the region. Denise, if you want to speak to that more specifically.
We are still very competitive with zoos of our comparable size and attendance. We're still at the, you probably can't see that, but we're at the bottom half, and I can provide this chart that shows other zoos and other Southern California attractions, and we're still fairly, competitive and reasonably inexpensive compared to our market.
If you can provide that information, I have a concern that we'd be raising prices again 6 years in a row. It's costing so much for families to go out and spend a quality day together that while it's only $1, but 6 years in a row, looking at that.
Okay.
I think we should just take a look at it.
We'd be happy to.
Okay.
The mayor's office worked closely with the zoo in determining a variety of options to reduce their general fund allocation. This proposal was recommended by the zoo as well, and we did look at whether or not this would be a burden on families and what our different options were.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
So I think, but it behooves us to look at it as well.
Absolutely.
And see what you based it on, and just not to necessarily question whether you did it or not, but so we can take that information in the totality of, in the context of how do we then arrive at that justification. How much money is that extra $1, if you will? I know it's broken out between seniors and different prices, but what's your projection?
The total is about $750,000.
Significant.
Yes.
And particularly given the fact that you bring in schools at no charge, and so we've got to look at that. But if you can share that information as well. Thank you.
Well, and related to that, though, there's an elasticity issue. So I wonder if we might show the chart over the last 4 or 5 years that shows not just the increases, but the actual gross revenues that were derived because of that, because they're not going to go up proportionate to the increases, because there's going to be presumably some degree of drop-off. And then related to that, also, if I might just add on a little bit more, is it anticipated that GLAZA is going to be increasing membership fees commensurate with the increase in gate admission?
There is, and we have to negotiate that MOU on the membership to reflect that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, did you have anything on this?
Reminisce a little bit in my mind about Where's Billy? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I had physically gone to look at the piece of land that we were creating for a more habitable elephant exhibit. And I also reflected on when I was 2 years old and a picture of me having been in the Bronx Zoo with the elephant's mouth. So it's a big deal. Where was Billy at that particular moment in our process? But for the public to know, the $1 increase means for adults it's $18. For children ages 2 to 12, it will be $13, and for seniors, it will be $15.
That's correct.
So first of all, as a senior, on behalf of seniors, thank you for that. Okay, and I know that in your proposal, you asked for 4 resolutions for the Animal Keepers to the Rainforest exhibit. Do you have any preliminary strategies or options for funding the 4 animal keeper positions your department has requested?
Yeah. Well, in the proposed budget, 2.5 of those positions are already funded.
Right.
And our request was because in this current year budget, we actually have 4 positions for quarter of the year funded, because that's what we needed to open the exhibit. And when we saw the reduction, we said we have to have those to open it. And we think through management of our budget and the savings that we can fund that 1.5 additional resolution authorities.
That's beautiful. And I understand that your backup group are responsible for PR marketing. Are the advertising firms hired by them based in Los Angeles?
That I don't know. That's yeah, they haven't selected them yet.
Okay, could we make sure that they are LA firms if we can do that? Yeah, obviously, we want them to be competitive,
right?
But we would prefer our own community.
Okay.
Okay, and the third question is, how much revenue is brought in as a result of your fee-based classes, overnight programs, and special events? Will GLAZA be responsible for maximizing attendance levels at these programs?
Well, I'm going to let Denise answer the numbers, sure. But then I'll just say that for the marketing and PR program will be aimed at really branding the zoo and everything that we do. So hopefully it will, all kind of compile or add to value added and affect each and every program. The more we can get people out there top of mind about the zoo and the zoo's programs and listening for zoo information, all these programs will benefit.
That's great. Thank you. Particulars.
So for the education classes, they generate about $300,000 annually.
And the other classes?
The special events are included in the overall general admissions revenue, and that's proposed to be $12.9 million for next fiscal year.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For some time now, city staff as well as the Coalition of City Unions has been working on developing plans for realizing greater efficiencies at the zoo and enhancing revenues. What steps have been taken to implement some of those proposals, and what budgetary impact have they realized? And you don't need to give an exhaustive answer now,
right.
But if you could touch upon it a little bit, then let's go ahead and get a report back on that as well, please.
Yeah, and we have been working with the bargaining units and others on that effort. The things that we've taken out of that effort so far are some. One of the discussions that we had was there more cost-effective ways to buy some of the animal food, for example? And I think pretty neat thing that's come out of that is we actually now have an agreement with the Department of Sanitation or Bureau of Sanitation at the Green Acres Farm. They actually grow hay up there that they sell to area farmers. And so we're contracting with them to acquire that hay at a substantial savings over what we were buying it on contract from commercial hay providers. We're still working, and we just have gotten a few deliveries, so I don't have a total savings yet, but we think we're going to see a pretty good savings there. I'll just add to that real quickly, which will help us with our other food budget, which is always struggling. The other thing, there was a recommendation that came out to utilize software tools that might help us more effectively market to the existing visitors at the zoo, visitors through general admission as well as members. In the industry, it's known as business intelligence software, and actually in the marketing and PR agreement with GLAZA, we are going to be looking for that type of software, whether it's that or there's another term that sometimes is called visitor, I'm missing the name, but it's basically the same thing. It gives you a better way of tracking who's using your facility and what other services you can provide them that will bring more revenue to the zoo. The parking project is something that came out of that as well. Denise, was there any others that you can think of offhand at this point? Oh, in the signage district, that was one we all agreed in the working group that was a potential important revenue stream. And as you may know, the Plum Committee and their new ordinance that's coming to council does allow for the zoo to apply for the sign ordinance. So we'll be ready to proceed with that.
Yeah. I'd love to get in a report back kind of a comprehensive list, because I think this is a great example of how process can work. Yeah. When all of the stakeholders are sitting together at a table and trying to work it through, I think I really want to applaud the effort to try to identify efficiencies, and it seems to have had some success so far in creative thinking. Relating to the assumption in the budget that GLAZA will assume responsibility for public relations and marketing and advertising, when would that, first of all, when is that expected to take place?
Well, it's going to start pretty soon. I mean, we've signed the MOU with them actually today, and we're going to move forward on that. They have guaranteed, I think, about $750,000 to our revenue stream for next year, in addition to supporting. We already had a contract with an advertising firm to develop a program for the opening of the new Rainforest of the Americas. So we're going to continue that effort through the end of the calendar year, and that will be funded through that agreement. So, we're going to get started.
Great. Great. And now the budget also provides 5 filled positions being deleted, but no in the supporting documents, but no positions being deleted in the blue book, just a deletion of contract dollars. So I'm not sure if you know offhand why that would be, or if that is just a discrepancy that needs to be cleared up.
The contract dollars are being deleted, but not the positions.
Sorry?
The contract dollars are being deleted, but not the positions.
Okay. So if but are those marketing positions?
They are in our marketing and PR department, and they will continue to work in that effort now with increased resources, and they'll be working in concert with the GLAZA staff that's there and will be added. So we're going to grow the program.
I'm wondering how that line will be drawn, I guess. If GLAZA is taking over that function, what would the 5 positions within the department be doing?
Right. The marketing PR director will continue to represent the zoo and the city specifically. We do, going back to El Pueblo, we do some filming and TV work, which he oversees. He will continue to do that. And then he will be kind of our conduit and monitor on the MOU with GLAZA for the marketing and PR effort. 2 positions, the photographer will continue to do what he does. I mean, that supports everything we do, everything GLAZA does, and the clerical there. We are going to have to work on the line for the other 2 positions, but the intent is to keep them on the city payroll and supporting that effort.
And all 5 of those are currently filled, right?
They are,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. The administrative code requires a 5-year marketing plan and business plan. So have those plans been submitted to the council?
There's going to be a plan coming as part of this going forward. We're going to get it to you so that it can be approved by the end of this calendar year.
Great.
And if I can, and it's just my mantra, the administrative code calls for a marketing and business plan not to exceed 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah. And then finally, on the admission fee increases, the one thing I forgot to add to that report was Exhibit H provides for the $1 increase, but it also provides for giving the zoo director discretion for the next 2 fiscal years about increases. So I haven't read it closely enough to know whether that's capped or where there's a range, but if you could provide a report back on what would be the factors that the zoo director would be considering in whether or not to make an increase and the amount of the increase, so that we can kind of have some measure of its likelihood, as well as what would be the motivation behind it.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, part of the reason we asked for that, and I think your questions are appropriate, but one of the problems we struggle with each year is if we get approval from the council on the fee increase, to actually get the ordinance in time to affect it by the first part.
Sure.
So it was more functional, so I appreciate the question. Thank you.
But still, whether or not it happens,
right?
You know, I mean, is it already assumed that that's going to happen, or is it part of a business plan? You know, those are the sorts of things that I would like to have reported back.
I got you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chris.
If I could just ask one question I was just thinking about is, we were talking earlier back to the elephants and the elephant exhibit. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the funding of that was approved before I was a council member, so just recollecting as a private citizen that that project was largely undertaken to give the elephants more room to roam and create a larger space for them. But as I recall from the last time I took a look at that over there at the zoo, it appears that it's segmented so that not all the elephants interact with each other, and so there isn't as much opportunity for any given elephant to take advantage of that full space. Why is that? Do we ever anticipate setting it up so that they'll all be able to roam that full amount of space that was originally, I think, intended?
Right. Well, the elephants on a daily basis do use that entire space. You're right that they may not be able to do it at their own discretion at any given time, but the reason they're separated at this point is that our male, who's a young breeding age male, we're concerned about putting him with the 2 older females and injuring them, quite frankly. So those are the ones that are separate. They can still, and they do interact, or at least one of the cows and the male interact at the fences. The other cow doesn't want anything to do with him, and she ignores him. But during the course of the day, they are moved through that entire space. So the space is there for the elephants. We just have to manage them as 2 separate groups.
So they individually have the ability to do more walking through that entire larger space?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
One final thing. You mentioned that the MOU was signed today or yesterday? Today?
Today, yes, sir.
Is that a public document? Is it something that we
Sure.
can get a copy of?
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind submitting that to the committee, that'd be great. Anything else, Mr. Raymond? All right. Great. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Lewis.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. One of my favorite parts of the zoo, Mr. Labange, is opening up that map of the site and seeing that smiling guy with the parrot on his arm. It's really one of those inspiring moments. All right, we have a few cards on the zoo as well. First one is from Cheryl Parisi, followed by Julie Butcher, followed by Joanne Ivonic Garb. And Ms. Butcher, you can go ahead and go first since you're closest.
Well, we also brought a friend. We'll have to figure out how to find someone to wear the privatization beast, because we're really concerned about the surreptitious attempt to privatize the zoo through the back door. We think that policy should be done by policymakers, not staff, with all due respect, and you should be making the decisions about policies that affect the operation of the city, including the zoo. It's a public treasure. We've worked very hard to try and figure out how to generate more revenue and keep the animals safe. There was a working group that's the result of their work has never seen the light of day. We were hoping to come up with a replicable model of business intelligence and municipal marketing that would generate revenue for all city departments. If it's a secret MOU, it's not replicable. We expect you to be able to see the details of where our revenue and where oversight of city public treasure is going. That's not the case with what's going on. And it's very disappointing because it was headed in a direction that we thought would generate revenue and make things better for all of Los Angeles. There's no transparency if you do contracting by budget. And we ask that you, again, look at all of the documents, the underlying subcontracts, the relationship between the zoo and Glaza, and why we can't do better.
So just as a quick response to that, I did just ask that the MOU be submitted to this committee, and Mr. Lewis agreed to do so. We will be getting that back to us to review.
We've asked also for, through Public Records Act, the subcontracts and the details of those, again, your money. We've been refused.
Okay. And in addition, I spoke to the issue of the coalition's working group, which was, I think, a very effective process. A report will be coming back about the utilization of the ideas that were generated in that as well, and that will be the subject of further discussion as well.
Right. So we'd hope that you would not move these 5 workers without any kind of process, absent that kind of deliberation.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Parisi.
Okay, I just want to echo what Julie has said. We worked very hard on the working group, and I think developed important ideas that were really integrated in terms of the use of business intelligence, taking advantage of the opportunity for a signage district, and then developing a municipal marketing plan in concert with the signage district. I cannot tell you how frustrated we are to see this carve-out, if you will, arrangement with Glaza. We have no understanding of how it detracts from the overall goal of creating a signage district, a marketing plan in concert with signage opportunities, and the full and sort of the development of the full opportunities. So again, we ask that the working group report be made public, that this MOU made public, and that you really analyze all and step back to really be able to move forward on the full opportunities that were contemplated in the working group report.
Yeah, and we are doing exactly that.
Thank you.
That will
Thank
be
you very much.
part of the reports back.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ivonic Garb.
Joanne Ivonic Garb, West Hills Neighborhood Council.
we stopped being members a few years ago because our kids got older and they didn't want to go to the zoo anymore. But now with grandchildren, we're now a contributing family membership at $250.
Thank you for that.
Part of that was due to sheer survival, because when you have a few kids and grandchildren at $17 and $12, even a family of 4 with 2 kids and 2 adults, that's a $100 day for going to the zoo if you count in some food. I have 2 questions. One, how much revenue is generated from the food services? Because for 2 churros, they have a special, 2 churros and 2 drinks is $15. That's a little, I wonder what those churros are. And secondly, what happened to Cookie, and will there be any more lions?
I don't want to ask for it. I'd love to know the answer to that too, but it's really not a budget issue. Maybe we can discuss that offline. I would love to see lions as well. But all right, we have Mr. LaBonge. Mr. LaBonge. Yes, there's one more card from Connie Morgan.
I wanted to just stand up and thank LAZA for their work, and also tell Julie and Cheryl, my office door is always open. If we do not collaborate in a variety of ways, whether it's the Library Foundation, the Park Foundation, and the sense of the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association, we lose opportunity. So collaboration is the key for the success, because you see the only contribution to the general fund is less than $500,000 to the zoo. All of it is on revenue. So I just wanted to thank the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association, and also stand and thank the many thousands of hours the docents give side by side with hardworking city employees to share in the experience of the zoo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Ms. Morgan.
I would just like to be here today to tell you that the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association is excited to continue to be a part of the zoo's future. I believe that we very much feel very strongly that our goal is to protect the zoo and to see it thrive into future years. We're very much aware of the pressure that the city is under in needing to reduce its allocation from the general fund every year, and we're very excited about taking the steps to help boost the attendance of the zoo into the future years in order to generate the income it needs to support it for the long run. That is our only mission, is to make sure that the zoo is secure and thrives into the future. We are community members. That's why we're here, and we love our zoo. And we love the zoo staff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that completes our discussion of the zoo, and that brings us next to the Department of Aging. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't think I have a letter from you, so if you could just provide your initial comments, and then we'll go to Mr. Kretz and others for questions.
Laura Trejo, General Manager of the Department of Aging. I'm joined by James Donner, Assistant General Manager, and Dale Osborne, our Head of our Planning and Budgets. The Department of Aging programs help older persons live safely at home, eat well, stay healthy, make essential trips, and live with dignity and avoid premature nursing home placement. The 2010 census tells our story. While the city overall grew by about 2.6%, persons over the age of 60 in the city of Los Angeles grew by a whopping 19.3%. Over the last 3 years, older adults have grown steadily as a proportion of our population, just as the economy has also been affecting the lowest income parts of that population. Our services have seen an increase of 39.6% in requests for additional support. These are unduplicated clients. Just to give you an example, over the last 3 years, our meals program has been serving an additional 5,000 unduplicated clients in our congregate and home delivered meals program. That is about at a pace of about 10% growth a year. Very significant. At the same time, due to the ongoing fiscal crisis, we have stepped up as a department to do our due diligence to decrease our reliance on the general fund. We know that the 2013-14 budget demonstrates our commitment to do that. Over the last several years, the cumulative effect of our efforts has resulted in a decrease of $1.2 million in our reliance on general fund support. Most of that came in the transformation of our adult day programs to our evidence-based health promotion programs. We're very proud of that. Just as we have been asked to do more with less, I want to recognize our community partners who have also stepped up over the last few years as our funding has been either eliminated, cut, or remained flat. Just to look at 11-14 fiscal year, our agencies have raised an additional $3 million above and beyond what they have been asked to do by our grants. Seniors themselves have donated over $2 million in voluntary donations to our programs. What it should tell you, because it tells me this, it's terribly reassuring to see that our customers, our partners, and the community value our services, as we can see by the level of support that we've received. Department of Aging staff is also needs to be acknowledged for their dedication to ensuring the safety of our seniors in the community and that we are good stewards of the funding that we are provided. As of 2 hours ago, I had a different presentation, but the state has now finally released the full impact of sequestration on Older Americans Act-funded programs. I can entertain specific questions, but just to tell you that the net effect over the next 14 months, starting May 1st of this year, through the end of the fiscal year 13-14 will be $1.6 million that will be cut from the Department of Aging programs. $1.1 million of that will be in our meals program. So that is extremely disheartening given the level of need in our community. The department had been looking for fixes for that. We basically have a fix for a very small portion of it, which would be the current fiscal year, because we are reallocating existing one-time only resources and savings we've generated throughout the program year. My concern is beginning July 1. From July 1 forward, we really do not have a fix at this moment in terms of how we would meet a $1.2 million gap. I would be happy to entertain questions. We are very concerned about that, and also, the workload that this will create for the department in trying to manage all these multiple cuts and sequencing in terms of our contracts. The current budget proposal actually eliminated an MA1 position from our program management division that I would ask to reconsider at this time, given the workload that will be created at the department.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's an unpleasant surprise that I didn't think we'd be discussing.
Yes, sir.
I do want to thank the Department of Aging and you, Ms. Trejo, for the great work that your office and your department has done with in our district. We have a lot of seniors that need services, and you have some great programs, including one that we've all helped to create, working with Tom LaBonge's office and my own Healthy Aging Committee for the Mid-City West portion of the city, with Olympia Medical Center and Jewish Family Service and others. We did a ceremony in council chambers recognizing Older Americans Month, and also focused on trying to avoid fraud, but we had a rude awakening, obviously, as we're hearing that sequestration is likely to cause dramatic cuts. I was going to ask you about the possibility of that. Now it seems like it's a reality.
It is.
And as a result, I'm going to introduce a resolution next week calling on Congress to try and reverse this. what are you planning in terms of the budget to deal with this very substantial cut?
Because most of the proportion of the cut is in our meals program, is very little we can do at this moment in time. We may be able to come up with some salary savings, program savings as the year goes on, but for today I can't tell you that we have a fix for it because most of our one-time only funds are going to be diminished in the next year because the entire state is using the existing one-time only resources that are available to plug the hole right now. So those funds are not going to roll over into the following year. So we're already anticipating that we'll see a dramatic decrease in the availability of resources. So a lot of this, what we could do would have to be pushed almost to the end of the next fiscal year, which would be very difficult then. It's kind of the situation we're in now because the cuts came so late in our fiscal year, and really at the second part of the federal fiscal year, we're now compressing a year's worth of cuts into 5 months. And so that's part of the problem that we're having is we're trying to get into the sequencing. And so these are part of the base. This is not going to get better in a short period of time unless sequestration cuts as a whole are reversed. And, I applaud you for your willingness to lead and take a position to protest this. I'm very concerned that to do less than that is going to be very tragic to many seniors in the community. One of the recent studies that just came out absolutely demonstrates that home-delivered meals keeps people from going into nursing homes. And just to give you a point of comparison, the equivalent of 1 month of nursing home costs here in Los Angeles would pay for a year's worth of meals for a senior to stay at home. It's a quality of life issue, and it really is going to threaten the independence of many very frail older adults in our community. So we're very concerned because we don't see a real fix in the near future. And so we would ask council to work with us in finding opportunities to fill this hole.
So if we actually just cut what's been cut from the meals program without trying to find another way to fund it, what would the actual impact be? How many people would be affected, and what would happen to them?
I can tell you it would be over 111,000 meals that we would not be able to provide. So that would probably affect a significant number of older people in this community, both in our congregate program and our home-delivered meals program. And so the number is so large that it's very difficult in 3 hours to have figured out how we're going to resolve it, but we are very much committed to looking for that. James has something he wants to share with you.
Before you do that, so what you just said earlier, the actual direct impact on the individual is severe enough that it sounds like many are unable to function on their own without the meals.
Correct.
So if they wind up in nursing homes and they don't have the money to pay for it, does that wind up on the taxpayer dime anyway?
They end up in Medi-Cal, which is basically the federal government would still, and the state government would pick up the cost for nursing home placement. On average, it's about $70,000 in Los Angeles. And so we would prefer paying $5,000 for somebody to receive meals and stay in their own home than to pay $70,000 for them to be institutionalized.
Yeah, clearly from a humanities standpoint and a cost standpoint, there's no way it makes sense to government as a whole. Whether we're able to make that point to the federal and state government that it's not a net savings to them remains to be seen.
Yeah, the National Meals on Wheels Association just sent a letter to Congress letting them know that their fix of saving $10 million is going to cost them $479 million. So there really is no savings there. Yeah.
I was just going to add, just based on the quick look we had at these numbers a couple hours ago, we're looking at a cut of almost 200,000 meals for next fiscal year, and about 800 seniors are going to be impacted, and over half of those 800 will be in our home-delivered meals program, our most frail seniors.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Obviously, I'm very upset to hear this. Aging in place with dignity and meals brought in is the cheapest and most efficient and effective for seniors and for dignity. Okay, number one. Number two, many of you know my father, up until age 85, delivered meals himself. And it gave him great feeling. A lot of seniors do the delivering because they want to help each other. And then my father had 4 years in a nursing home before he passed. But to get engaged in this, I've been out there with you, obviously, giving meals to people and talking to them. It's the interaction between the homebound person and the person bringing the meal that's very significant. But the meal itself, Mr. Koretz, without somebody bringing it in, you're not going to eat. It's as serious as that. It's a matter of life and death. And if I could, I'd scream and rant all the way to Washington on this. So my first suggestion is get our congressional delegation to put in some legislation right now and ask some serious questions about this. Because A, it's the cheapest program, it's the most dynamic program, it's the most one with dignity, and we need leadership out of our group in Washington. You can give it to all of them or give it to 4 or 5 of them, I don't care. But every member of the House of Representatives that represents the city of Los Angeles should be standing up and fighting for this, which is for those obvious reasons. For the survival of the senior, for the cost, which is dramatically different, and for the dignity of all of us as human beings. This is a disgrace that we can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
I just wanted to rise to keep us informed, and James does a wonderful job for you.
Thank you.
As he comes to committee and does what's necessary. But Laura, you got a big job, and a lot of people, and we're all getting older, and it's all so important as we focus. I do want to say, Mr. Chair, that the Department of Recreation and Parks and the collaboration with aging is very good on a number of programs in our community, so I wanted to thank you. And I would suggest this, as I suggested earlier with the arts programs, that the Arts Cultural Affairs reach out and organize the deputies, reach out and reorganize the deputies, the aging senior deputies for outreach to seniors. It used to be a little more active around here, and I think it would be good to reach out so we have a solid voice right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander, anything on aging? Okay. Just a couple quick questions, and these would be fine for reports back if you'd wish. Given the consolidation of this CDD functions in the new department, grant programs that used to be administered by CDD will be part of that consolidation, and I'm wondering if aging participated in that analysis, if you have any views on how the grants that fund aging programs might be affected by that at all, if you have any thoughts in that regard.
We don't anticipate any impact in the transfer. We continue to operate our programs. Just for I had prepared an example before the sequester hit me, just to share with you. For example, our CDBG funds our emergency response system, which is a device that we place in the homes of homebound, frail seniors that live alone. I actually consulted with the fire chief to make sure he was aware of the work that we're doing, and we actually are showing that in the last year, our EARS program prevented 1,996 911 calls to be affected because we were able to respond in a different way to the seniors. If all of those calls would have gone to 911, we believe the city would have spent over $1.9 million in responding with basic life support, plus whatever would have been assigned to the cost of an emergency hospitalization or visit, which would probably be an equal amount of money. So our programs are not only doing the right thing for the older person, they're also very cost effective. I believe it was Councilmember Koretz who asked me last year to be paying attention to return on investment for the city's limited resources, and I can tell you that I have been doing that. And in this this case, I think that's a very clear example of how our programs are actually showing not only value to the residents of the City of Los Angeles, are very good use of our resources, but are also showing value to other agencies of the city if we can defray additional costs for them to have to absorb. So this is the kind of work that we believe we can do. Even in when it comes to home delivered meals, I've already engaged in discussions with managed care plans to try to figure out how maybe we can offset some of our costs by having them pay for some of them, because at the end of the day in California, they're going to start paying for nursing home costs. So, but again, our CDBG funded programs that come out of CDD really are very much associated with community development and serving the most lowest income seniors in the community. So we don't anticipate any disruption to that.
Great. And you do have, the mayor's proposing the elimination of one management analyst position. What do you anticipate to be the service impacts on the department? Is it something that the department
Part of what I had shared with
absorb?
you is that I'm requesting if you would please consider restoring it, because we are going to have an increased volume of work as a result of having to manage everything that comes along now with sequestration. This is going to affect all of our grants monitoring, and so that's something that I'd be happy to work with Mayor and CAO's office.
Yes, please. And then if you wouldn't mind, since we don't have the ability to really assess that right now, if you could include a report back that would include what the service impacts are and possible sources for funding for restoration, the sorts of things that we need to be able to assess that.
Well, part of that could also mean that we could use that as part of our match for drawdown of federal dollars, so we'll work with the department on it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Very good. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have a few cards as well. So the first card is Peter Gatzoff, followed by Nancy Volpert. And then following Ms. Volpert will be Susan Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Peter Getzoff, like gets off the bus, and I'm a senior and I'm disabled also, and I'm very excited about talking to you today. I also want to back what Laura Trejo was talking about. She really knows what she's talking about. Let me tell you, and she's absorbed a lot of cuts in the last few years. Sequestering calls for cuts available under what they call the Old Americans Act, which in turn will impact the delivery of programs and services. Recent reports from local providers indicate that these cuts cause a reduction in the delivery of meals to homebound seniors. These meals represent the only hot meal of the day that these seniors get. Senior, I want to urge you to review our budget, and that you not only reject proposed cuts, but you add additional funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service to the city on the Department of Aging Advisory Council, sir. Our next speaker is Nancy Volpert, followed by Susan Howland.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Volpert. I'm Director of Public Policy for Jewish Family Service. We operate two of the multi-purpose centers in the Department of Aging. Councilmember Koretz, Councilmember Rosendahl, thank you both very much. Obviously, you already know how serious this issue is. We are deeply concerned about what happens on July 1st. But since you already know this is a crisis, let me just tell you one story. When we're talking about home-delivered meals, for us, it's the 87-year-old World War II veteran who is homebound. His caretaker, his conservator is his brother who lives in the Valley. He lives in Venice. They don't see each other. He doesn't get out. He waits out front starting at 9 a.m. every day for his meal delivery and for his one contact with a person. And so our driver is the person he talks to every day. And if he doesn't show, he sits and waits. He's, needless to say, he's early on our schedule. But he's who you're talking about. It's not numbers, it's people. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And our next and final speaker is Susan Howland.
Good
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Howland with the Alzheimer's Association California Southland chapter. And as the number of Californians survive into their 80s, 90s, and beyond, this number is going to just grow and grow. With the aging of our population comes a dramatic increase in the number of Angelenos with some type of dementia, such as Alzheimer's disease. By the year 2030, the number of individuals with Alzheimer's will actually double, and within the Latino and Asian Pacific Islander communities, it will in fact triple. In the face of this reality, now is not the time for reduced funding of aging services. In fact, we actually need an increase just to keep pace with the growth of the seniors needing these services. We don't want to save $1 to spend $2 tomorrow. We want more supportive services to keep seniors away from nursing homes and emergency rooms. We want to add years to life and add life to years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, members, we're in the home stretch now. That brings us next to the Department of Disability.
Miguel sits here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Regina Houston Swain, Department on Disability. We did submit a letter. I don't know if you got that.
I have it.
Okay.
Thank you. And as I understand it, the gist of it is that you're not requesting any additional resources, but you would like some additional flexibility with regard to managed hiring in order to fill existing positions.
We have 2 vacant positions that are crucial to department operations, and we are requesting that they be filled.
And can you define the function of those positions?
One of the positions is a management analyst position that works in the AIDS division. And at this time, we only have 2 staff people, including the AIDS coordinator, working in that division because of the vacancy. Staff was promoted to AIDS coordinator, and his position has been vacant for over a year. And those job duties are crucial to ensuring that the people of Los Angeles have HIV education and counseling.
Great. Before we move further, Mr. Santana, would you like to comment on the managed hiring issue?
On that particular position, we're still requiring an exemption from council, so once that exemption is granted, then we'll move it forward to managed hiring. It's going through the process now, but it requires council's action for an exemption first.
And what's the status of that exemption request?
It's currently at the mayor's office.
Okay, so it's already passed council.
No, it's at the mayor's office first, and then it comes to council for approval of the exemption. So it starts there and then works its way through.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I just have to, on the record, and I'm sitting here with Tom LaBonge, and we're just talking about, the overall needs and issues. And I made a comment to Tom, being a person with disability now, which of course, theoretically, I was very supportive. But when it hits you directly, you find a whole different passion about it. First of all, you find your eyes looking down all the time to see if you're not going to hit something. And then you realize that even when they put a little towel down or they put a little this, you can get caught in it in your machine. So it's a challenge constantly. The most important thing is to be able to have guardrails on either side so you can use them. You need a walker, but the guardrails will help. I have now at my home, and it's only from the reality of my existence with cancer now and a person with disabilities, we've put up these ramps and these rails everywhere. So I can basically get around my property now with those rails. But I had no idea about these things beforehand. So from my passionate perspective as a person who is in that particular case, anything I can do to support us in going forward with this more comprehensible that appreciates that aspect, count me in.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
You've always been a supporter of the department. We certainly appreciate it.
And that makes me feel good because I always was a supporter of it, even though I wasn't in need of it. And now that I'm in need of it, I'm glad I was, but we need to do more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, was working with the State Department of Disability, is there any way to quantify from a census where the highest concentration of people who have disabilities and where we could focus there? When I talked earlier in Public Works, I talked about doing things regionally instead of by council district or splitting the pie by 15. If more people in 90066 have disabilities, let's put more money in 90066. So would you just give a report back on that, on the issue of population census and where we could best focus and serve? Thank you for all you do, Regina and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of things. I requested a report back from the Department of Transportation on a couple of things relating to handicap placards. One is the abuse of those parking placards by those who don't merit that treatment, people who have expired placards or who are using someone else's or using it fraudulently in some way or another. And also another request for proposals on facilitation of resolution of tickets that are issued to someone who is entitled to use a handicap placard, but for whatever reason it's not visible or they've forgotten it or something, to have a more expedited resolution of those issues. So I would just like to request that you work with the Department of Transportation in those two areas on those reports back.
Certainly.
Thank you. That's all I have. I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I appreciate the sincere efforts of the CAO and the mayor's office in making sure that Los Angeles stays in the forefront relative to disability rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership in that area as well. All right. That brings us now to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Ms. Liu, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Gracie Liu, General Manager for Neighborhood Empowerment. I just want to thank council members as well as your staff for all your hard work on the budget. I also want to thank the mayor's office and CAO's office and their budget team. I'm so grateful because they did an amazing job with helping to fund the department and the neighborhood councils to do the work that we need to do. And of course, lastly, I need to thank our wonderful staff and neighborhood councils who have stepped up this past year, and they've done some amazing things. Happy to share that, but I'm also happy to just take your questions.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, yes, of course.
You have a lot of patience, so I appreciate it. Let me just say I'm thrilled with the job that you're doing with Don. You've just been doing an incredible job with neighborhood empowerment and neighborhood councils, and see you everywhere, all hours, going to all the events throughout the entire city, which is incredible. And I believe with your own vehicle as well.
Yes.
So with that, a couple things, and I know that's not your request, we've never talked about it, but you literally, and many times in one day, will go from Chatsworth to San Pedro to West LA. And so the first thing is, I'd like to see if there's any way that we can figure out a city vehicle for the general manager of this department. I think it's critically important, and I know you're not asking. You probably won't take it, but I want them to report back on it anyway. I'm thrilled.
It's okay. I actually want to save folks time. I did take over the previous GM's car, and promptly returned it. So
I know you did.
I appreciate it, though.
You do a lot. It's incredible. And on weekends and every day. I'm thrilled that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment and the mayor is fully funding, at least from last year's. It's not restored, but didn't take any additional funds away.
Yes.
Which is a good thing, and fully funding the elections as well. So I'm thrilled with that. One of my concerns is that one of the things that was not funded, and it was in your letter as well, was the $20,000 for the Congress of Neighborhoods, which I think is critically important, as well as the budget day. And so I'd like a budget report back on the ability to restore those funds so they can have those resources that I think are very, very important. And again, I think the work that you're doing is remarkable. I want to also applaud some of the new systems you're putting in place with rolling out the new checking account system. I believe you actually negotiated with Wells Fargo to save the money from the fees they were going to charge as well, and got all of that waived.
Yeah, Office of Finance also helped there too. So they went from $5,000 a month to nothing, to zero.
That's quite the savings.
Yes.
Maybe next year they'll give us money. That was great.
That would be great.
That's a big savings.
Yes.
And so you got to be applauded on that. But so I just wanted to say thank you for all the support service that you provide. It's critically important to the operation and all of our volunteers as well that contribute a lot of time. I'm glad to see that we're actually not touching their funds this year, which is a good thing. It's the first time in a while, but really appreciate it. So if we can get those report backs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Put such a smile on my face because we've come a long way from where we used to be. And frankly, neighborhood councils are the base drop in our democracy. Be they elected, appointed from each other, or whatever they're doing, they're there trying to make their community a better place. You all know in my district we have 8 of them, 2 affiliated, 6 aren't. But it's the concept of engagement with the issues of the day that matter. And I appreciate the sensitivity here. I appreciate Mr. Englander's questions, which are exactly what mine were going to be. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. LaBonge.
I just want to on the challenges and thank you for all the service that the evolution of this very program started over many, many years ago. On the taxation with employees, well, not taxation like taxes, but employees who represent departments in Los Angeles now have been restricted due to the challenges of the budget, Mr. CAO. So the coverage that you get as far as the face-to-face with city employees, even myself in my district, I've started some of my community meetings at 4 o'clock to try to be able to make it an opportunity for the employee who represents a project to come and have interface. Sometimes your meetings like at Silver Lake go way past 10 or 11 at night, which I think is not good for anybody. But I know they're spirited democracy and individualists and all that stuff. What's your relationship with the departments and how challenging has it been, or do you have a knowledge of that? And being able to get the face-to-face.
Honestly, I think that across the city, any department that has to do face-to-face with the constituents is having this issue. We've been trying to team up with other departments to give them a forum at our trainings so that they can reach a number of neighborhood councils at one time so that we can assist with that. And we try to, if we know of any information from other departments, we put it in our newsletter. We try to let constituents know what's going on.
Right, and we have 95, so there's a challenge on that issue there. What's the smallest population? What's the largest, or do you know that?
Elysian Valley Riverside has approximately 6,000 residents. This is because that's how it's based on. It's not necessarily stakeholders. Right. And Wilshire Center Koreatown has 95,000.
Right. So there's the spirit that's there on that. Well, look forward to continuing to working with you and trying to meet the goals. And Mr. CEO, the only report I want back is because there's many neighborhood groups, whether the official neighborhood councils, the Friends of the Libraries, the police athletic leagues. If you could give at the appropriate time in 3 months, 6 months, a report on all the groups that support, not necessarily the foundations like the Library Foundation and the Park Foundation, but the individual groups, the North Hollywood Pals, the Harbor Area Pals, the Friends of the Fremont Library, et cetera, all the way across, and how that's an important arm of the citizen democracy in our neighborhood councils and how that works, just to see, because what I also have found is a lot of people who have been involved in the neighborhood council movement have reverted back to their neighborhood associations because they sometimes feel they could get more done because they don't have to follow the rules that we have to follow. Involvement is so key, and I just want to have spirited people tell me what they want. As a cinematographer in Hollywood, or as they did in 1974, shoot in Chinatown, they got Jack. This is where we want Jack. This is where we want the sheep to come in. This is where we want up here. What movie was it, Mr. CIO?
Sorry,
oh, come on. Chinatown. And come on, right there. Jack Nicholson was right there. Sheep came in right there. There was Mr. Mulray, a.k.a. Mr. Mulholland, and they wanted to stop the water rates. Again, same as they have in the same past. When everything's old again is new again. That's the key, to tell people what they want. And I think there needs to be a report back on how to streamline, how's the information working to departments, and how could it be done. Because I think it's very difficult to have, sometimes they put it by agenda. I think anybody who's a city representative should go to that meeting and be added to the agenda at the front of the agenda, because they're either away from their family or they're off their assignment there. Sometimes they keep them there at an extended period of time when they could. So there's some modifications that could be done. If you could look at that, that'd be good. And thank you for that. And I think I have 12 or more neighborhood councils with redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say I think you've been doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I've heard nothing but praise from the councils and my staff about responsiveness, and everything's been very positive, so I want to thank you for that. A couple questions. First, will the conjunction of the elections being taken over by the city clerk and done allow for the councils to keep their full budget without some of that money having to go to pay for the elections themselves?
In preparing their budgets, they will have some fees that are associated with elections, more than likely. If they do vote by mail, as in last year, we did charge a $500 fee to do that, plus additional postage if they went above 200 pieces. We're also looking at ballot styles this year. Some neighborhood councils have up to 21 ballot styles, and it's very costly for us to process that. So we'll be asking them to budget. If you over 10 different ballot styles, then each additional one will probably cost you about $100 to add on. If they do outreach specific to elections, they will likely, have to budget for that. And if the location fees go over $200, they will need to pay that difference. The department will cover the first $200.
Are there any efficiencies we can look towards to try and reduce those costs?
I'm happy to look. I think it's a little it's difficult because there's so many neighborhood councils and there's so much work that we do, but I'm happy to look and see if we can reduce those costs.
And I wonder if we could get a report back from the CAO on how it would be possible to find the $20,000 requested for the Congress of Neighborhoods and the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. I think that's an important piece and a relatively modest amount of funding. And also, I don't recall if it's been suggested yet, although it probably has, but I wonder if we could get a report back on the suggestions made in the white paper by the budget advocates. And that's it.
Very good. Thank you. Well, it's going to be unanimous in our collective praise of the work that you've been doing since you've taken over as general manager. As the former chair of education and neighborhoods, this department has been very important to me, and it's been decimated, honestly, over the last 4 or 5 years. This department has been, it's one of those departments that if it's not beyond the tipping point of whether it can continue to function as a department in performing its mission. It's darn close. And despite that fact, you've been able to manage it, improve morale, create efficiencies, find ways to get the job done under extraordinary strain and limitation. And so I just wanted to echo the opinions of my colleagues about what a terrific job you've been doing in leading this department. Couple of, Mr. Koretz raised one of my report issues on the $20,000 for the Congress and the budget advocates. I think we certainly need that report back. I'm also interested in hearing a report back on the department's request to use salary savings from this year as well as unused election outreach encumbrance funds to support the funding program and related matters. I also, though, want to consider if we are going to use unused outreach funds, is that going to impact future outreach efforts for which there isn't a lot of funding either? And I think we've uniformly heard it said among all parts of the city that one of the biggest missing pieces in creating a more robust neighborhood empowerment system is the lack of outreach and the fact that we haven't sufficiently supported the kind of marketing and visibility that's necessary to get people to participate in the democratic process. And so I'm concerned about that, but I'd like to have that included as part of a report so that we can consider what the opportunity cost is there, whether there's any other opportunity to find funding to be able to meet that need. And the new checking account funding program is really important. We've been working on getting this done for a long time, and so I'd like to also get a report back about why it is that the department was requesting $250,000 to fund that. It's only been funded at $40,000. What are the cost issues involved? What are the potential alternative sources of funding? I'd like us to consider that as a separate item. And and then there were a couple of position changes that I wanted to ask about. There are two filled positions that are being deleted, one of which is an accounting position, and that concerns me given the fact that the department, as I have said, particularly in the accounting function, is right there at the sharp edge of falling over the tipping point as it is. So I'd like to know what the impacts of that will be. And why are we deleting those positions when there are two other positions being added? What's the correlation of those positions? Is it possible to meet the department's accounting needs with the elimination of this position? What will be those service impacts? And then the other position that's being deleted is a neighborhood empowerment analyst. How do the duties compare between that empowerment analyst and the senior project coordinator that would be coming in? Are they going to be the functional equivalent? What's the comparison in responsibilities, and what will be the service impacts there as well? I think that's all I have for now, but I may have some more after the public speaks. So let's go ahead and take cards now. First speaker is... did Nina Royal leave? She was so patient for so long. Sorry, Nina. Let's go ahead and hear from Glenn Bailey. And followed by Mr. Handel.
Glenn Bailey. In addition to being involved with local neighborhood council, I'm also involved with the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils and the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition. I do want to acknowledge that it's been an amazing 9 months. Today is the 9-month anniversary since Gracie took over as general manager, and it's been an amazing change for the better in the department in very many ways, and you've heard about some of them. You just look at the Empower LA newsletter that comes out every Friday that empowers not just Neighborhood Council board members, but tens of thousands of other people, hopefully you and your office staff too, about what's going on in the city and how neighborhood councils are getting involved, what they can do, that other neighborhood councils are doing, and how others can learn from that. That's a big step. Getting the compliance with the ethics training has been amazing, and having it very transparent and visible, posted there for everyone to see, has, I think, gone a long way to do that. And obviously, the small but mighty staff has allowed all of us together to be able to do this. So I certainly do support the mayors and thank the mayor for supporting the neighborhood councils and not cutting the funding. Again, it's been a 26% cut over the last several years, so it's glad to have that little leeway. And then lastly, on the elections, getting back to consistency for the March to May of 2014 and be able to count on that, I think will help with the stability and not have the unknowing what's going on. I think having that, people to be able to count and plan on that, will be strengthening everyone's efforts in that regard. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Handel, followed by Max of D-Link.
Good evening. Jay Handel, Chair of the Budget Advocates. Gracie's done a great job. I mean, there's no question about it. You asked a question, Councilman Labange, about the funding, and Councilman Krikorian, if we take this funding person out, we're really worried you won't be able to handle the funding. I'm really concerned about the NEA that we're losing. We're going from 6 to 5. We have 95 neighborhood councils. We're going to have 2 more. We have NEAs that are going to 3 meetings a night and can't be effective for any neighborhood council. You want to know why the word's not out there? You want to know why the outreach isn't out there? They can't do it. They can't fulfill their mandate under the charter because we keep cutting back the people who are the support. I'm a C4C member. It's a great program put together by your new department manager. I'm one of 10 people. I drive 200 miles a week and go to 5 to 7 meetings a week. No company car, no stipend, no gas, nothing. Why? So we can help this department grow, and then we come here and see you slashing the people that support us. It's insane. If you really want this department to work, ask for a report on reinstating that NEA position, because it's critical to all of us in the system. Thank you.
And in fact, I had intended to do that. So thank you, Mr. Handel. It's done. All right. Max, welcome.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I found that the $37,500 is woefully inadequate for the neighborhood councils to execute their purpose and mission in the charter. And I think that it's time to start talking about restoring to original funding.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joanne Ivanek Garb, followed by Jim McQuiston.
Joanne Ivanek Garb, West Hills Neighborhood Council. Gracie has the appropriate name because she's been Grace under fire for the past 9 months, and she's done an amazing job. She's taken a department from where people were hesitant and dreaded calling Dunn to, oh, okay, I'll call Dunn tomorrow. So it's absolutely amazing. The restoration of our budget, we pick up the slack. We do those piddly little things that the city can't do. The $2,000, $5,000, $7,000 projects in the neighborhoods. We take care of that, and $13,000. That's probably 4 or 5 projects that we wouldn't be able to do. So it makes it very difficult. And when we can't roll over the money because we're saving from one year to the next, that makes it more difficult for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston, as you know, I've been in neighborhood councils since before the charter was passed. One of the things that I did like about the fact that neighborhood councils were funding these things now is the quality of the meetings got much better because they really looked at them very critically. And that is something to think about with the budget. I think it's because the monies had to be gotten from the neighborhood councils that they really took an interest in exactly what was being presented. So I do want to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. And we did also receive a card from Nina Royal. My apologies, Nina, that you had to go before we got to you. One additional report request that we got in letter form from Councilmember Perry, which I'll submit to the department, and the upshot of it is the equity of funding across different neighborhoods of the city. Some areas have the wherewithal to organize multiple neighborhood councils, some fewer, and because there's a static amount of funding provided each neighborhood council, that produces a potential inequity that she would like a report back on, but it's detailed in the letter. Yeah, so I'd like to include that in our request for reports as well. And that brings us, members, to the end of our work for the day. Once again, we are ahead of schedule. Yes, Mr. Labange?
Think of from the department a report back on other forms of neighborhood councils and citizen involvement in the United States and around the world that they may be samples to look at, just to refine as we go. If you could, Grace, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Now, before we recess for the day, I do want to ask the departments from whom we have already requested reports to please get rolling on them. Everybody should be working on those memos right now. They should be completed by Monday or Tuesday morning at the latest, so that we can begin review on Tuesday and here in committee. So just want to put that out there for people to keep in mind. We have a lot to cover, and so the sooner we get those reports back, the sooner we're going to be able to provide the kind of consideration that they merit. And we'll be considering those reports beginning on Wednesday in this committee. So with that, we are recessed for the weekend. Thank you all very, very much for your assistance, and we'll see you all on Monday.
I love the whole system of the comeback stuff. Yeah, and especially.
Watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
This dinosaur needed a lot of water. If he still lived here, we'd have to keep the sprinkler on all the time. My dinosaur had a very long neck, so he could eat the leaves at the top of the trees. If he still lived here, I bet he could rescue my kite. That's all I know about the dinosaur who used to live in my backyard. He hasn't been around for a very long time. Sometimes I wish he still lived here. It would be pretty hard to keep a dinosaur happy, but my sister and I are saving all our lima beans, just in case. Thank you. Okay, that was a good book, don't you think? Do you guys think you'd give your lima beans to a dinosaur? Yeah. You would? That's very nice. Oh, some of you wouldn't. Some of you want your lima beans, huh? Let's all stand up again, and let's go ahead and sing about the people on the bus. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. The people on the bus go up and down, up and down, up and down. The people on the bus go up and down, all through the town. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 swish. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 all through the town. The driver on the bus says, move on back, move on back, move on back. The driver on the bus says, move on back, all through the town. The babies on the bus go wham, 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 wham. The babies on the bus go wham, 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 all through the town. The mommies on the bus go shh, 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 shh. The mommies on the bus go shh, 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 all through the town. Good job! Woo-hoo, that was a good one. I knew you guys could sing really well. Wait, stand up one more time. We have one more thing again. We're going to be dinosaurs one more time today. Okay, everybody think of the favorite dinosaur. And we're all going to be dinosaurs. You ready? Here we go. Dinosaurs lived long ago. Some walked. Can you guys walk like your favorite dinosaur? How does your favorite dinosaur walk? Some swam. Swim like a dinosaur. Swim. Some dinosaurs flew. Flew, that's right. Can everybody fly like a dinosaur? Some dinosaurs were big. And some were small. Some were gigantic. And some were very, very tall. Can you be very, very tall? And that was the dinosaurs who lived long ago. Okay, that was good. Everybody sit back down. Now look up here at the blue board. And what do you guys see? I see some dinosaurs. Very good. You need to sit down, please, and follow the story, okay? Everybody sitting so you can see the board? All right, here goes the story. This story is called Who Will Play with Little Dinosaur? Little Dinosaur here wants to play, but nobody wants to play with him. Well, here's how it goes. Little Dino wanted to play. He asked his mama, will you play with me? His mother said, no. Why not? Because I am busy. Go and find a friend to play with. Well, Dinosaur went on his way. And do you know who he saw? He saw his friend in the water. Little Dino went to where the water was, and he saw his friend Fish. Hi, do you want to play Stomp in the mud? No. Why not? Because I don't have any feet. Oh, said Little Dinosaur. So Little Dino looked up, and he saw his friend Bird. Hi, he said to his friend Bird. Do you want to play roll in the sand? No. Why not? I have to fly away with my mother. Oh, said Little Dinosaur. Well, Little Dino went to the place where waving plants were just blowing in the wind. And he said to the little plant, hi, do you want to play jump up and down? But, of course, the plant didn't say anything because plants don't talk. Little Dinosaur was very sad, and he went and he sat down on a rock so that he could think all by himself, how was he going to find someone to play with? But then all of a sudden, the rock began to shake, and it shook, and Dinosaur jumped off, and he looked, and guess what? Out all of a sudden, it cracked, and a little dinosaur came out. And out popped little baby dinosaur. "Hi," he said. "Do you want to play?" "Yes," said little Dino. And the two of them played roll in the sand, and they played jump up and down and stomp in the mud. And little dinosaur was so happy because he found a new friend to play with. And that is the end of Who Will Play with Little Dinosaur. Wasn't that great? He had someone to play with. Okay, thank you very much. Well, that's all of our stories for today. You guys did such a good job listening, but it was fun, right? Because we like dinosaurs, don't we? So, thank you. How about if we all make a little dinosaur that we can bring home and we can put on our table, and we can name him and he can be our little friend to play with, okay? So I have crayons and I have dinosaurs. Everybody's gonna paste your dinosaur on and the tail on the grass, and you get to bring him home.
Massive water demands of a self-contained community be environmentally friendly?
Can expanding the number of transportation systems actually help improve air quality?
Can a community's electrical needs be met in an energy-efficient way?
Can world-class airports be innovators and friends of the environment in their use of energy?
Yes.
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 As challenging and complex as these questions truly are, 3 Southern California airports are offering innovative and positive answers through new technologies and a deep commitment to environmental progress. This is the environment of the Los Angeles World Airports that owns and operates 3 major Southern California airports. Los Angeles International Airport is among the busiest commercial airports in the world. LA Ontario International ranks among the top 10 busiest airports in California, and Van Nuys is among the world's top general aviation airports. Los Angeles World Airports, a department of the City of Los Angeles, has been working in partnership with the surrounding communities to address their concerns, mitigate impacts, and enhance the environment. The airports are accomplishing this by using clean fuels, cutting-edge water reclamation techniques, building architecture and design, and protection of fragile wildlife habitats. Without a doubt, air pollution is a fact of life in Southern California, especially in the Los Angeles Basin and the Inland Empire. Granted, it's not a very clear picture, but advances are taking place where the picture and the air are becoming a lot clearer. A significant amount of airport-related pollutants come from ground vehicles. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports was quick to recognize this and attack the problem at its source. To help reduce the amount of ground transportation emissions, Los Angeles World Airports began introducing alternative fuel vehicles in the early 1990s. Today, more than 70% of the fleet at LAX is comprised of alternative fuel vehicles, and it is the largest such fleet at any U.S. airport. Buses, shuttles, and other vehicles that run on natural gas burn 99% cleaner than those with diesel or gasoline-operated engines. To reduce emissions even more, these airports implemented a highly successful award-winning employee rideshare and carpool program. LAX also makes it easier for travelers to leave their cars at home. The LAX Flyaway is an inexpensive non-stop bus service that transports passengers to and from the airport. The service currently operates from several locations throughout Southern California. LAX Flyaway buses serve over 1.5 million passengers annually, removing more than 1 million vehicle trips from local roads and from LAX. At the same time, air pollution and traffic congestion at LA Ontario International Airport have been reduced significantly thanks to this magnificent 15,000 square foot ground transportation facility where a fleet of alternative fuel courtesy trams have replaced gas-burning car rental vans and shuttle buses. In years past, a high level of air pollutants came from idling aircraft that ran their engines to heat and cool the passenger cabin and to supply electricity to cabin cleaning crews. But the installation of ground power units at nearly every LAX and LA Ontario gate allows pilots to shut off their engines, thus eliminating tons of aircraft pollutants every year. Los Angeles International Airport took the lead in water conservation when it became one of the first properties on LA's west side to irrigate its landscaping and native California plants with recycled water. Through a network of pipes emanating from a nearby water treatment plant, LAX and its surrounding neighborhoods enjoy sizable savings in water consumption, as well as an uninterrupted supply of recycled water to keep grass, flowers, and plants thriving, even during severe drought conditions. Not having enough water is a familiar fact of life in Southern California, but there are times when too much water can be an even bigger problem. Not just to rush hour traffic, but to the vast waters of the Pacific Ocean. However, in a concentrated effort to protect the ocean by reducing storm drain pollution, Los Angeles World Airport's Environmental Services Division has implemented a stormwater pollution prevention program at each of its airports. Throughout the rainy season, airport personnel use strategically placed monitoring stations to observe, collect, and analyze runoff samples. That's to determine if and how much contamination enters the surrounding storm drains. Clearly, protecting and preserving water, one of our most precious natural resources, is an issue that Los Angeles World Airports continues to address in several significant and substantive ways. Despite its heavy energy demands, Los Angeles World Airports has nevertheless made tremendous strides in energy conservation. It has committed to a 25% green power use in all LAX facilities. Green power includes electricity generated by solar, wind, hydropower, biomass, and geothermal sources. The terminals at LA Ontario International Airport, which opened in 1998, were designed and built with energy conservation as a top priority. As a result, the terminal buildings are facing north, and the windows are made with a special energy-efficient glass. Inside, the terminal's ceiling systems are designed to distribute light without radiating heat throughout the building. These features make the airport aesthetically pleasing and comfortable for travelers while being on the cutting edge of green design. LAWA is prioritizing energy conservation and green building practices in all of its airport construction projects. In addition to achieving LEED Silver for the renovation of the international terminal at LAX, environmental performance standards are also incorporated into the new additions to the Bradley International Terminal, the replacement central utility plant, and the airport rescue firefighting facility. Through these efforts, Los Angeles World Airports has succeeded in setting new standards for airports in energy efficiency and environmental design. With the advent of commercial jet aircraft, one of the most obvious and troublesome issues was how best to reduce the noise impact on surrounding neighborhoods. To address this problem, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a strict noise management program that includes a noise monitoring system, construction of airport sound barriers, and development of on-site noise abatement procedures. But these noise management efforts are not confined to the airports alone. In the mid-1980s, Los Angeles World Airports implemented its residential sound insulation program. Almost all of the more than 9,000 single and multifamily residences adjacent to LAX and more than 1,000 at Van Nuys have been soundproofed. The modifications include installation of acoustically rated solid core doors, double-pane windows and air conditioners, as well as acoustic chimney louvers and vent dampers. These measures help reduce aircraft noise inside homes by as much as 50%, giving airport neighbors more comfortable living environments. Another facet of Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to environmental concerns is its recycling program. At Los Angeles International Airport, for example, nearly 21,000 tons of waste is recycled annually and 900 tons are put to other uses. That means more than 2/3 of LAX's solid waste is diverted from landfills each year. Even food can be a prime candidate for recycling. In 2009, LAX tenants reported that over 5,000 pounds of packaged and prepared food from airline caterers are distributed annually to local food banks. Between the western edge of the Pacific Ocean and just below the flight path at Los Angeles International Airport, a rather remarkable ecological success story is evolving on a 200-acre wildlife preserve. Thanks to a visionary and aggressive restoration project implemented by Los Angeles World Airports in the 1980s, these native plants and animals, once destined for extinction, are now alive and well and thriving, including the delicate El Segundo blue butterfly, which was the first insect to be listed as a federal endangered species. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a restoration project that reintroduced and protected the blue butterfly's only food source, the coastal buckwheat plant. As a result, the number of El Segundo blue butterflies has increased from a threatened few to more than 80,000. Not too long ago, coastal development threatened these unspoiled dunes. But thanks to Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to the environment, the LAX Dunes Restoration Project was created, which is one of the largest undeveloped pieces of coastal dune habitats in Southern California. While it may seem a strange place for a wildlife preserve, this tiny corner of nature is living proof of what can be accomplished when dedicated people work in harmony with their environment. A sustainability vision and principles policy adopted by the Board of Airport Commissioners has provided the extra impetus necessary to enable its 3 airports to continue to evolve into the greenest airports in the world. This policy forms the foundation upon which Los Angeles World Airport's program is built. And though its environmental journey is far from complete, Los Angeles World Airports is not only taking flight for a greener future, it is also working to preserve it for future generations.
September 11th, 2001, everyone in this country wanted to do something to be supportive of those who experienced a very personal tragedy. They lost a family member or a friend. So we reached out to the people from California who lost family members and offered to plant a memorial tree with them. And we began going to people's homes and churches and schools and planting individual trees with them. As we were speaking to one widow, she said to me, they all died together, why don't you plant all of the trees together? So we discussed that with the other families, and they wanted to do that. So thanks to the Recreation and Parks Department in Los Angeles, we were able to come to North Hollywood Park, and the families came here on June 22nd, 2002. They planted their family trees here together. So we built this memorial here as well to let people know what these trees mean, and to every person they're individually dedicated to. This woman was planted in honor of a life of a young woman, 19 years old. Her flight was actually canceled, and she was bumped to Flight 93. And I remember her father saying over and over she wasn't supposed to be on that plane. That's probably probably how all of the family members feel. Their loved ones were not supposed to be on those planes. That tree over there was planted by the family and parents and siblings of a 25-year-old professional who had moved back east and was coming home to introduce his parents to his fiancée. This tree was planted in honor of one of the heroes that day, the captain of the flight that went into the Pentagon. It was planted by his brother and some of the local firefighters here. When you think about 2,977 people, I think it's impossible to grasp the enormity of the tragedy. But when you talk about each family and you met them and they watch them plant the tree for their loved one, that's what makes it so personal and brings home the impact of what happened that day. After we did this planting, the families were talking to one another, and we started getting calls from other families from New York asking if we'd plant a tree for their lost loved one. And we can't say no, or we couldn't say no. So we ended up planting a tree for everyone. It took us 10 years because these trees have to be planted in a special and sacred way individually. Since its creation, Million Trees LA has donated trees for these plantings, for which we are very appreciative.
I'm Shannon Lamert Park. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
The U.S. Attorney's Office is launching a criminal investigation into insider trading on Wall Street. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Jimenez, and welcome to LA Business Today.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. The U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, according to the Wall Street Journal, is joining federal prosecutors looking into the possibility that executives at 7 corporations made improper trades in their company's stock.
In fact, the FBI is using Twitter and Facebook for tips in securities fraud in this $2 trillion hedge fund industry.
According to economists, if people fear that insiders will regularly profit at their expense, they aren't nearly as willing to invest in stocks, hurting the availability of capital that stimulates the economy.
We have 2 great guests today with information that you are going to find valuable.
LA Business Today gives an inside edge for businesses by providing guests who share what makes them successful. We have John Birch, whose work is to make businesses recession-proof.
And we have Clay Westervelt, who is working on 3 series pilots and writing 2 feature screenplays.
Let's get down to business. Westervelt is a USC Cinema School success story. The founder of Imaginot Entertainment, he has produced the award-winning series Storyline online, featuring Elijah Wood, Betty White, James Earl Jones, and Al Gore. Now his company is debuting a feature documentary about a pageant for young disabled girls. Clay Westervelt, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Well, a success story in this hard, tough business of entertainment is a very cool thing to be. Tell me about your project. You're making a documentary about disabled girls, and it's being made for HBO?
Correct. This is basically, in 2008, it was the first year that the Miss USA pageant had a winner who was disabled. So Miss Iowa was Abby Curran. And she was born with cerebral palsy, so to get across the stage, she has to have an escort with her. And she had been through a lot of different pageants, and she always wanted to enter pageants, and had a lot of her friends and family saying, "Oh, Abby, you're very pretty, but I don't think that's the thing.
You're
for
disabled."
You. And so she finally went through the Miss USA pageant and won Miss Iowa. She then went on to the national finals in Vegas, and didn't place, but came back from that having competed on the national level, feeling like, you know what, I have friends who are back home who are prettier than me and smarter than me, but who will never have an experience like this. And the level of confidence that she achieved from that, she just felt like, I want to give this experience to other girls. So she started the Miss You Can Do It pageant. And that pageant's open to girls and young women of any age, ages 5 to 25.
And that's your documentary film.
Exactly.
It's about what she's doing.
We follow that, and it's anybody who enters gets in, and if they get up on stage, they get an award. It's all about giving them the sense of what it feels like to be up on stage and have the entire audience stand up and cheer for them.
It's a very big, important motivator for people, especially people with disabilities, to be accepted, feel acceptable. So where is that series going to be aired?
HBO bought the film, and so it's in their hands now, and I believe they're going to, I think they're wrestling right now with whether they're going to try to do a theatrical release or television release. That's all sort of in their hands, but we're expecting 2013 is when we should see it.
And Imagineon Entertainment, you said that it's the astronaut of entertainment. Tell us about what you say on your website about Imagineon Entertainment.
Well, the name came from, it's a made-up word, Imagineon. You're not going to find it in the dictionary yet.
No, I don't think so.
But
Are you going to try to put it in the dictionary?
We'll work on it. We'll do it in Wikipedia or something.
Okay.
But it came from, I took Latin, and I remember very little of it. But the astronaut, right, is literally a sailor of the stars. So astro, stars, nauta, sailor. So we made Imagineon is a sailor of the imagination. And that was also the title of the first film I did back in undergrad that started winning some awards. So that seemed like the right name for the production company, and we've tried to put our emphasis on imagination and education.
And so your online series is about reading with James Earl Jones and all your famous folks that read in the series?
Storyline Online was started by a grant from the Screen Actors Guild Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of the Screen Actors Guild. And the idea there was to take storybooks for kids and have A-list actors read them so that it would be distributed online so that any child with an internet connection would be able to have the experience of an adult they recognize reading to them. So a lot of kids don't have parents who will take the time to read to them at home, but what we do then is we take the book and we try to be true to the author's intent. So we'll take the actual imagery from the book and do a little bit of animation, a little bit of zooms and pans, not so much that it feels like a cartoon, because the idea is to promote literacy,
right?
But enough that it really kind of engages the child. And we always put original music in there by Lee Sanders, who's been doing all the score for The Amazing Race. And
so are all these jobs, are you doing all this production in Los Angeles?
It's all in Los Angeles. We'll occasionally, have to fly to New York to do a shoot, but and we do things in different parts of the country, but we're primarily based in Los Angeles.
So many producers are struggling, trying to find their place in the industry. What has been the key to your success?
It's I think probably diversification, I would say. Coming out of USC Film School as a master's student there, all of us wanted to direct immediately. That was kind of the general rule. And then what you find is that you have to have, that's great, but you got to have a backup. There's no shortage of directors in LA.
Excellent directors, right?
And so you need to have a job that you can earn a living with as well. For me, that was cinematography. I started shooting right away. And then I ended up, by virtue of doing the cinematography, I ended up starting a company called Martini Crew Booking, which was designed to provide equipment and personnel for other production companies. And so that would take off.
So you found a niche that would work for you. There was a company, small company, and then that opened up other doors.
It did, because that did not turn out to be a very good money-making business. It was not a way to get rich or anything like that, but what it does is it let me stay in contact with a lot of other production companies and with a lot of talented individuals. So if I couldn't afford to go out and shoot, if I was already booked on Thursday, I could say, well, I can't do it, but I have a friend who's really good and can. And then we would put it all together. Our deal was we'd pay our crew within 30 days, regardless of whether our client had paid us or not. So we built a rapport with our vendors, and we build a rapport with the clients by providing them with excellent service. So although it didn't make a lot of money, it let us remain very stable and keep us in contact with a wider net, which I think is really important nowadays, you know, to be able to keep in contact with as many people as you can. It's becoming easier with social networking.
But you still have to really work at that networking with people. It's an ongoing skill that you need beyond just a great film degree from a great film school like USC or UCLA or the other great film schools that are here in Los Angeles.
I would say it's probably far more important than that degree, yeah.
Is the ability to network.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you also give back, though. You work at Hollywood High School. Tell us what you do in a volunteer capacity.
You know, I just went, just recently I was at Hollywood High School involved with the new media program there. And they have a wonderful program where they have the students put together pitches for documentaries. And so they bring in some Hollywood filmmakers to act as the judges for this, where the students will get up and make a live presentation and couple that with a video presentation, a pitch reel basically, to say this is the documentary we want to make and we want you to vote to fund our program. And it's absolutely a wonderful program, and it was an honor to be involved.
And what kind of advice would you give to other producers if you want to work in LA because you have a family here and because you don't want to be traveling all the time? It's been a great challenge for producers, directors, and actors. What would you recommend to them that they look at in order to be able to work here?
Well, I suppose the key is to generate your own content then. I have a very good friend who's doing exactly that, but up in Santa Barbara. And I'm taking a lot of lessons from him because he's been very intelligent and about coming up with his